30. $41.
Okay.
Coughing on PBC TV. 30. All right.
35.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Thank you very much for your patience. I want to thank our production team of Jeff and David, our operations in Jeff Good, and our tournament
46.
director, Peter Cetera, for working diligently to get the technical issues at the hotel back up and running, mainly internet issues. So thank you very much for your patience. I know we're back up here on our feature board. Stream 2, I will check in on if Jeff and production McMahon let me know about stream 2, where we are with that. All right, they're still working on that. So we're up and running with our feature board. Back here, Anthony Eugenia
59.
joined again by Will Stewart, and we get a chance to cover the 3-time world champion, Mr. Stewart. So currently 3-2 for John Part.
Yeah, always good to see John on the live stream here. Of course, of Toronto, Ontario. How about a tour average right now of 80.14? 518's first 9 average of 87.21. Did come off
57.
of a top 4 finish in weekend number 3. That'd be event number 7. And for Travis, this is kind of his first get along here with the CDC. He hasn't had a tour win yet, but could do it right here.
While we were gone, I was keeping tabs on what's going out on the floor. As always, you go to darkconnect.com. You can find us there. Let's see, Part double.
94.
Oh, right inside the wire on the 110. So here's Travis with the chance to tie us up at 3 legs apiece. Double
Here's
eight.
the 988.
17.
Oh, the disappointment for Travis Rawn. So 2 8s himself now is John Part's ask.
Game shot in the 6th leg.
First dart it is, and John Part moves ahead 4-2 in this last 64 contest here at the Cosmo Darts Championship from Niagara Falls. Main event number 9 on the road to the 2024 Continental Cup Tour Finals Championship, April 18th and 19th in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
58.
John, that 4-2 advantage. They're going to try to jump out ahead in this leg if he can.
So let's go take a look at the floor and see what's been going on since Will and I were
60.
last with you. We were privy to see the 1 seed, David Cameron, get upset by Kylie Edmonds 5-2. But other than that, it's been a strong day so far for seeds. Group 2, Bame and Womack coming through with
97.
impressive performances, 5-0, 5-1. Down to Group 3, Spellman, Warnock getting through 5-2, 5-1 respectfully. Group 4, Jacob Taylor, Joey Lenoir, both 5-0 as they advance into the next round of 32. Group 5, Gates and Way through 5-0, 5-1. Group 6, Mawson, Butler coming through 5-4, though, against Moffitt. So the toughest match outside of Cameron for a seed
59.
that we've seen so far. And then Long, Springer in Group 8, both getting through 5-0 there, like we saw our match of Edmonds over Cameron. And then on the Stream
70.
2 board, Stowe Buntz 5-1 and Jake McMillan waiting to play. So far, so good for the majority of the seeds here today.
Yeah, taking a look at an unseeded matchup, actually. Levi Cransel
59.
beating Dave Richardson 5-4 in a tight-knit affair, 82 and an 80 average. I'm looking at Levi Cransel to possibly be a circle that name. Maybe he can make a run here in the next year or so on this
43.
CDC circuit. Good player.
Good
player.
Good call. I definitely would put him in those handful of players that we've seen perform, pardon me, pretty well in the last few weekends, and just as sort
43.
of continuing the thread that you started earlier, they've taken the opportunities to get to mix it up here on the championship dart circuit and really establish themselves. So Ron
46.
not able to take the 136. And John Part now at 185, looking to at least cut it in half. A minimum of, maybe even just the 85. So a ton now is on ask. All right, 65 cuts it down to a nice Shanghai. Right, always tempting ask for professionals to just get 2 good stabs at the triple 20, but Ron falls wayside there at 90, so that leaves him 75, I think. My math prowess was in full glory there in that first match.
42.
We broke out with the abacus, Will Stewart.
He did try to go for the 25 bull shot there, but smart move for John to go 25 at that last bit. Unfortunately, not going to have a look after floating into the 5.
50.
So Travis to make this 4-3, 8 or 16.
Game shot in the 7th leg.
2 16s it is for Travis Ron to hold his throw in leg 7 and move us along to 4-3. John Part first to 5. So with John's throw, he can put this away and advance to the last 32, where the winner of this
58.
match will meet Kylie Edmonds right back here on our feature board.
Yeah, good first dart collection with those Simon Whitlock barrels for Travis.
140.
Right back in, too. Big 140 start for him. Is that Big Bird on the back of his shirt I'm seeing? I believe that's Big Bird on back of
58.
Travis's shirt.
Looks to be. We'll take a look. I'm a sucker
man.
for anything Sesame Street.
Oh, let me tell you, it's a good one. Caught it out of the corner of my eye. It's a
there
doozy.
You go. Big Bird with some fine form there on the back of the shirt. Showing your world championship belly as well.
Having to go downstairs and then back up here.
59.
Wasn't too fond of that first dart. That's the thing with John's dart, being somewhat lands flat. Pretty flat. He's going to have to move around the board from time to time if he lands on that upper part of the treble.
$90.
He finds it for a 90. It's a big round for Travis.
100.
And he collects the ton to leave 141.
$140.
Did he get 2 in there? Got 2 in there for 140 for John's first 3-figure score. So putting some pressure on this 141.
That was a hanger, too.
97.
Thought we might see John float to the board to grab that one really quick. But 96. And he had
36.
to there. He tried for the double-double. And I think the reason why is because I just mentioned that over the dart treble, or over the dart or over the treble dart, just kind of blocks it from him. And here we go for Travis.
36.
So
Gives it
John
right back,
Part now
Anthony.
with a what?
That's it. Gives it right back. Here we go.
Yep. So two darts for double tops for John Part to advance out of this round. Double 10.
50.
Oh, and Travis Rawn gets a look at 2 4s to tie us up and stay alive here in this opening round match for these two guys. Beautiful marker. 2 2s.
6.
Oh, frustration almost takes Travis Rawn to his knees.
That's one of those frustrating darts, and it's almost too good of a marker where you feel like you're blocked somewhat.
Game
And
shot.
instead, it goes
and the
right back to
match.
John, and he takes advantage.
So John Part advances out of this last 64 match, 5 legs to 3, and he will take on Kylie Edmonds. So I want to thank Will for joining us. Will's going to be back in a few minutes. Folks, I want to thank you for your patience as we deal with some technical difficulties. We are scheduled to go to a commercial break. We're going to stay on track with that just so we can button down everything and see, make sure we're good to go. We promise we've got so much great darts in store for you that you won't even remember that we had this little hiccup to open up the Cosmo Darts Championship. So we just saw Edmonds over Cameron, Part over Rawn. When we come back, we've got Savada, Goddard. So after this commercial break, more darts action and more from the Cosmo Darts Championship.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today.
is the streaming entertainment alternative. Live concerts and comedy? Hitcore has it. Premium high-def audio and video? Hitcore has it. A customizable entertainment experience? Hitcore has that as well. No app? No problem. Set up an account, decide what you want to watch, buy it, then press play. It's that easy. Hitcore is live and on demand 24/7. Hitcore, where every live event becomes your experience.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and have traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today.
Hitcore is the streaming entertainment alternative. Live concerts and comedy? Hitcore has it. Premium high-def audio and video? Hitcore has it. A customizable entertainment experience? Hitcore has that as well. No app? No problem. Set up an account, decide what you want to watch, buy it, then press play. It's that easy. Hitcore is live and on demand 24/7. Hitcore, where every live event becomes your experience.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment.
All right, ladies and gents, I see a picture in front of us. I'm waiting for production. I believe we're live. So welcome back in to the Cosmo Darts Championship. I'm Anthony Eugenia. Now I'm joined by a longtime member of our production team, Nils Nelson. Welcome in, Nils.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me this weekend.
So now we open up with our second set of matches here in the last 64. We're going to take a look at Adam Savada, your number 16 seed for the weekend, taking on Brandon Goddard. So Savada Goddard, race to 5 here in the Cosmo Darts Championship.
Yeah, Adam Savada is one of my favorite players on the tour. Just watching him in 2021 come in and throw a breakout season. Had to miss a couple seasons, but he's back on the floor with us again. And, has a nice solid 98 average for his first 9 darts, almost 89 average for the tour for the season so far. So looking forward to seeing him throw some fireworks up there. Brandon Goddard, on the other hand, he's had some notable wins throughout his rookie campaign here. Steve Warnock, David Cameron, Van Dongen, and of course our own Colin Rath.
Okay, so we've got two players having a good season, some potential upset on paper from Goddard. Like you said, he's got some big scalps this season alone as he makes his debut. And Savada, we talked about. So we talked about Savada. I just sorry. Go ahead.
It's all right. We haven't done this for a while. The upside is that Goddard's got some scalps. The downside is that he's playing Adam Savada, and Adam is right now he's number 6 on the tour for ton 80s. He's tied for number 2 in checkout percentage. You know, his opponent's 3DA average is 83. You know, that's he's having to put the work in constantly because he's facing top quality opponents tour after tour after tour. You know, we should see some fireworks from him today. I'm looking forward to see what Goddard can bring, see if he can try to get some scalps going here, add to his resume.
And Savada, we talked earlier in the season as an unseeded player that wasn't going to last for long. So now he breaks into the seeding as the 16th seed, and that's off of our order of merit. And Adam's play has gotten him up to ranking of number 9 on the tour points just for this season, and that has him in good position to qualify for the Continental Cup.
Right. Yeah, I mean, to go from unseeded or unranked to number 9 in what, 8 events? That's pretty impressive. Yeah. Yeah, so Savada is he's sitting on 108 average in the very first leg. I mean, that's typical of what we've seen from him throughout his career in the CDC.
76 after 12 for Savada. Good stuff there from Goddard, right? Good fixing after that first wayward dart.
Yeah, up to tops
for Savada in leg 1.
56.
Single 20 sets up tops for Brandon Goddard in the opening leg.
There it is.
Puts it in there, but a little wipe of the brow that setup shot didn't go into the triple, but Brandon Goddard holds his throw as he won the bull to open things up. And so 1-0 Brandon Goddard here, and that's a 180 for the Reaper, Adam Savada.
Yeah, straight, just comes straight with fire right after that. A little trebleless around there for Goddard. Oh, that looked like it slid right into the 5, unfortunately. Nice recovery by Savada, though.
Two in the bed for Brandon Goddard.
140.
Oh, look, just right on the edge of that. Looked like it clipped his flight and dropped down a little.
140 is a good answer for Goddard.
99.
Savada's grouping is so tight. Sometimes it's hard to see where that first dart or the second dart lands.
57.
Yeah, Goddard's got to know going in that his scoring's got to be up to par with Adam.
Right. I mean, he's throwing a solid match right now at 84 average, but I mean, Savada's his first 9 dart average is nearly 100 all through the season, and you're going to have to bring your level up to that in order to take this scalp. And if you don't, you're just going to get railroaded. And I think
Adam
Savada
is double 16 in leg 2 to hold his throw 2 8s and does just that.
Yeah, and I think Savada's on a mission right now to get keep himself in the top 16, try to get him into the top 8 for that Continental Cup. You know, I think that's his goal right now, is to make that top 8, and he's right on the precipice of it as we speak.
Yeah, he's playing at that level, and he's moving up. He's moving up slowly. Big clash with Spellman a couple of weekends ago, but his play has been, as you said, top level, as good as it gets. And he's a previous circuit event winner, but you've got the feeling he's very much on the verge of, by the end of this season, he's going to be going home with one of those trophies. you see in the
Right, and
background, if
Kylie,
not one of those exact ones.
yeah, and Kylie Edmonds earlier did a favor for him. He's now facing, if he goes all the way through the bracket here in this section, he's going to be facing Edmonds instead of Cameron. And, nothing. I think Kylie Edmonds has the ability to beat Savada, but Savada's got to be licking his chops a little bit, seeing the number one seed drop out.
Yeah, well, I think exactly anybody in the group with the one seed going out raises an eyebrow, and then that even extends to other parts of the bracket. Players on the board next to them and all of that good stuff. It has to. Throughout the tournament, you got to take note when the one seed goes out.
Yeah, and the idea that players are not, scoreboard watching is a myth. They all know what's going on the floor. And Savada there, only 94, gets it down to 76, but he's against throw right here, and he's in a prime position. He's going to get 3 darts at this
41.
checkout.
$56 stays up top for double 18.
Game shot.
Oh,
Double 18
dart.
it is for Adam Savada in leg 3. Breaks the throw of Goddard.
Yeah, job done there. That's the first part of his goal. Break that throw and then just steamroll from there.
97.
And that right there, going after that 17, that's one of my favorite shots on a dartboard. When you start that leg and you go trip 20 and you come off and you miss. Going down to that 17, a lot of players go 19. Me personally, I like that 17 because you're setting yourself up at 370 if you hit it, and then you're all 20s from that point on. So I love that shot, and I love the way he tried to execute that.
40.
And that kind of goes into the 1-7-4-0 idea, to try to constantly leave yourself on a 1-7-4 or a 0, so that you can manage your darts all the way down through the leg, and keep yourself on the trajectory for getting to an out.
Yeah, it's incredible how far back the
100.
mindset has gone now in today's game on setups, right? It used to be you'd be in the low 200s if you're a good player, high hundreds even, thinking about outs, and it crept into the 250s, and now, as you say, it's low to mid 300s. That goodness gracious, you got Luke Littler going up at 350. He's like, I'm now in setup zone, and that's just incredible.
Right, and to take it a step further, even on your first round of darts like that with Savada, going after that 17 puts him at 370 or 404. And then he's able to manage the 20s from that point on. And if he needs to adjust, he can adjust off of a miss or a single, So you're seeing more and more of the players starting off in that first round looking to set themselves up to get down to the out manageably. And here he comes. Just lethal darts. Goddard's going to put up a couple triples here. There's one.
140.
There it
There's
is.
2.
Very nice executed darts.
68 now for Savada in leg 4. 48 left. 16-8 gives him a nice wide swath to work with. Double 16.
36.
All right,
Yeah,
so the
that's
door's
his
open
number.
for Brandon Goddard to tie us up at 2 legs apiece.
How big is that 1040 right now? That was absolutely huge for Goddard to hit that. Now he's got himself set up, going up tops.
Tops.
Not quite a marker dart on that first tops. Kind of made him execute a little bit high on that. But here's Savada on double 16. That's his number. If he has the opportunity to set himself up on 16, he's going almost every time. That's not to say that he's trying to avoid any of the other numbers, but he loves that double 16.
Inviting a third
Goddard
one.
catching
And
some
Brandon
heat.
Goddard,
There he is.
that's a 180 to open up leg number 5.
Yeah, he's catching some heat now, so let's see if he can execute.
Absolutely. A
Near
3-1
comes
score line, 3-1 score line doesn't do justice to, Brandon Goddard in this match. Savada's just playing that much better, but a solid performance from Brandon. He's, last couple of legs has put in 2 to 3 ton plus, three figure scorings. Just can't get
99.
that double in the few opportunities that he's been given.
Right. And if you at this level, you basically are trying to average a minimum of 2 ton plus rounds per leg.
100.
That's going to get you into that 15 to 18 dart range. So you're going to be somewhere in the 80s to 100s on your average, just by simply getting a single, 2 ton plus rounds per leg. And that's what you're seeing Savada do consistently. Let's see if he can stick another one here.
100.
Does get himself to an out. It is manageable, but if Savada puts in a 138 here, he's in trouble. Here comes single 18.
138.
Boom, just
There's
like that.
the 138 that Mills set the table for. Exactly. So 98, 78 now. Will he go double? I think he's going to try for the double.
Now there's
Double tops it is. Oh my goodness, what a great turn from Brandon Goddard. Works the board, takes his time, pauses, establishes a route, and 98 goes in for Brandon Goddard to claw back to 3-2. What a wonderful leg that was for Brandon. Opens up with a ton 80, ton 40, a ton in there, but Savada right that breathing down his neck with his own big scoring there and works a double to take leg 5. Bravo, Brandon Goddard.
Absolutely. That's the second one we've seen that way today, if I'm not mistaken. We had one earlier today in one of the other matches.
Kylie Edmonds in leg 1 or 2, if I'm not mistaken, early on. And my partner Will Stewart at the time, talked about the confidence that gave Kylie to stay steadfast and take out David Cameron. So, by no means can that not apply to Brandon Goddard. 3-2 just needs a break to square things up, and Goddard could be in a good position as well.
Yep. Yeah, and that shot right there kind of shows the mettle of Goddard and why he's been able to take some of these scalps that he has. Savada put all of the pressure in the world on him on that shot, and he still executed. And it kind of gives you the idea of why he's been able to maintain the level of throw he has against the higher ranked players. And Savada just needs to hold throw here, and he will have that 2-leg advantage going into the 5th and deciding the 8th leg going into giving him an opportunity to take this match.
98.
So 124 here for Goddard. We don't have the score up there for you, but 124 here, checkout opportunity for Goddard. There we go. Trip 18 is the shot just on the outside wire of that.
56.
So 86, I believe, left. No, 68 if Savada doesn't cash in on the 102. So what is that? 87 as I struggle to do my math today. So he was going for the 17s there. 68 left.
78.
24 for Savada. Goddard looking 3 off of that, so leave 65. A 15 will leave a bull shot. And that's it.
Here we go.
Bullseye for Brandon Goddard.
30.
Adam kind of escaped that little thing right there. He's got to execute here on the double six.
Game shot.
There it is. Gave Brandon Goddard the opportunity there to even up this match.
But Savada gets through the escape hatch and moves ahead 4-2 and just needs one more leg for Adam Savada, the number 16 seed, to advance into the last 32. Must be said, we're enjoying the performance here from Brandon Goddard. Of course, not the scoreline that he was hoping for, but he's still squarely in this match. And the dart prowess runs in the family. His son Benjamin is a winner this year on our junior tour, a 14-year-old that's showing a lot of promise. So a lot of good chops in the Goddard household.
Yeah, imagine what those practice sessions are at home.
Certainly going to benefit both, right? Gives Benjamin a chance to play dad, who's, not just dad and who's got some chops, but a CDC player. And, Brandon gets to, see his son flourish. And I'm sure some good pushes from Benjamin on the board at home.
140.
140
nice
there, I
1040
think.
there.
Yeah, exactly. It's been a little spotty. It's 143, 140, but that's sort of been the score line from Brandon, and against a player in form like Savada, just those little hiccups, that's what gets you to a 4-2 score line. But in this one, Adam's given him, it's Brandon's throw, and Adam hasn't pushed too hard. And that 94 puts Brandon in a real good stead here in leg number 7.
Right, and he's done the job that he needs to do. He gets a treble in every round, keeps himself going, making sure that he has first shot at this out. The real work comes in the next leg if he's able to take this out. And there's Savada coming right down his throat. Nice 1040 from Savada.
So Nils and I are going to stay with you between matches, and we'll take a look over at the tournament floor, set the table for you, let you know what's coming on the horizon, who's doing what out there on the tournament floor here at the Cosmo Darts Championship, event number 9 on the 2024 Championship Darts Circuit, the road to the Continental Cup Tour Finals Championship.
42.
Yeah, missed start there on that first one from Savada. But he does clean it up nicely, leaves himself 60. So this is do or die for Goddard. Going to have to clip this 68. Double 16 keeping the match. Oh. Opportunity
Adam
for
Savada
Savada
comes up with 60 to put it away and advance to the next round. 2 10s.
40.
And he's been a little bit sloppy with his outs. That's pretty unusual. Not used to seeing that. He's a 41% checkout, and that is not reflected in this match today. There it is. Good shot by Brandon Goddard. Keep this alive. Now the work comes in. No matter what Savada does, Goddard's got to execute higher.
He's been, and he's been, chasing that break. So it's now must break for Goddard to force a deciding 11th leg, 9th leg, I should say. And in that, he would have the throw. But Savada's going to make him work for it with an opening 128. It's coming up next. We've got Dan Benner versus Edward Pope, and that'll come to a close on the first round action here on the feature board.
85.
Yeah, and Savada right now is doing his job. A triple around to keep this thing, force Goddard into 2 triple rounds every time just to get down to the out before Savada. And Savada's just taking him to task at this moment.
And for those of you still taking note, we definitely appreciate your patience and understanding as we continue to work through some tech issues that and we are still working on getting that stream 2 up and running to you. It's the same team that's sitting here at the control desk right now bringing you this feature board is the same crew that works on that stream too. So can only do so much and be in one place at one time. So as we get the chance and the breaks to work on it, stream 2 will be addressed. And as I said, as we opened up, so much more dart action to come with tonight's CDC Bash at the Border and tomorrow's Galaxy Grand Prix, that a whole lot more meat on the bone here in weekend number 4.
Yes, simple 52 here for Savada. Down to a 16s for the match.
In the match.
And there it is. Adam
So
Savada
Adam
cleans it up
Savada
nicely.
Takes leg number 8 and advances 5-3 over Brandon Goddard, and he'll meet the winner of our next match in Dan Benner and Edward Pope. So Nils, good to catch up with you. We'll sit and chat here as they get in. Benner and Pope. We'll take a look at the tournament. But first and foremost, we haven't had a chance to have you on the microphone for a bit. So give us, if you want, I'll set you the table on what you've seen on the circuit so far in 24. Even PDC in New York, the circuit as we've come through Indy and Chicago. And or anything else that you want to chat about. We've got a few moments, so welcome, and it's good to see you, my old friend.
Thank you very much. I got to tell you, the one thing that I'm excited the most about with the CDC this year is the affiliates tour. Bringing those players into the mix this year has been fantastic. Just watching some of the players like Edward Pope that we're going to see here in a moment coming up in the next match. He's on that affiliates side. And him getting an opportunity to come in. A lot of these players don't have the opportunity because they're not full tour card holders, but for them to be able to come in and get an opportunity to play in these matches and get the experience trying to get their tour card. And once they get it, they're able to come up through the ranks, much like we saw Adam Savada. Adam came through the qualifiers back in the day. This is a new twist on all of that, giving these players like Edward Pope. I think there's a few of them on the tour this weekend that are coming from that affiliates, if I'm not mistaken. And that's very
exactly
exciting.
Correct. And you can find that list at champdarts.com. So the public can sort of track those guys. But yeah, you're right. There's players here getting the opportunity to compete.
Right, and you have the Dart Players affiliate tour across the country, and a lot of these players get an opportunity to do that. And now going from that and playing in the Summer Series and being able to get into the Order of Merit in the affiliates tour for the opportunity, that's the thing that's got me the most excited. We're going to see a lot more players coming through that program that are able to get onto the tour and then get that opportunity to go to get into the Order of Merit for the opportunities to go to New York for the Masters, to go to the Continental Cup, to play in a lot of these upscale matches, not just the Summer Series tours. So, seeing players like Edward Pope coming through that is a big deal for darts in North America. And I can't credit you guys enough for all of the work that you're doing behind the scenes to make sure that North American darts is represented as a whole, not just on the top player level, but as a whole, all the way down the line.
I definitely appreciate that, and it's an ever developing and growing system, if you will. Right, our goal was and is and always will be to get the best players in North America in the same room on a repetitive basis. Right, that just simply makes everyone and everything better. So it's a ongoing process to develop the best ways to give those players the opportunities that you talked about, the players that earned the tour cards and then the players who attempted to, and give them the opportunities when space is available. And, to your point, it has been established that if now we go back and forth on calling them associates and affiliates, and we're going to work out on getting the wording on that correct. Well, I noted that there's different terminology depending upon where you look, but those players, if they finish top 32 at the end of the season, will then earn their tour card. It's only right that they got an opportunity, competed, and then performed well enough to finish at a place that they would have a tour card. So, as you say, there's sort of layers to this, opportunities to get to compete, to establish where you are with the best players, to earn some of those tour points, maybe earn a couple of dollars, and then get in a position to be one of the bigger dogs as 2025 opens up.
Right. My mistake. Associates. I'm used to looking at the PDC rankings and the Associates Tour, so it is the affiliate tour with the CDC. My apologies
we
for
are
that.
well, exactly. We are an affiliate of the PDC, but as Sean Green has pointed out on the website, it does say affiliates. So there is, but for the most part, we've been using associates. But we'll hammer that out.
Oh, sure.
As we go along, but it's we're looking at one of them, Edward Pope. We saw Edward in Chicago, and I got a chance to talk to him afterwards, and he was thrilled to have played then, and thrilled to get this opportunity. And Big Dan Benner earned his tour card earlier in the season in those Q School events that we talked about, that we touched on, and believe it or not, we sit here and talk about the 2023-24 Q School series that brings us these players, right, Nils? And so the work is never done, where August is coming to a close and the messages are coming in from tournaments that want to be included on the 24-25 series, and it's time for me and Satara to get to work, sit down, put together a plan, draft it, and because right around the corner is the traditional, opening of the Buckeye Open in late November, early December, which usually kicks off our Q School series. So in just a few scant months is time to get back at it again.
Yeah, the work is never done. Like being behind the scenes and watching all of this stuff, I've had the privilege of doing that for the last
25.
several years, and just seeing the amount of work that goes into this. The entire staff of the CDC is incredible with all the work they do and keeping this moving forward. So we have Dan Benner and
82.
up here.
Yep. Open us up, Nils. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Dan Benner up throwing right now. So he's number 70 on the order of merit this year. And so I did a little bit of scavenging through the
136.
stats, and he's got a couple wins, one against Stefano and one against Fawcett. But here's where I think that he kind of loses. We don't realize how good this guy is. He's faced the losses that he's had this year to Leonard Gates, Jeff Springer, Joey Leonard, Danny Baggas, Jacob Taylor, Stowe Buntz, and Rick Allred.
60.
That is a who's who of the top 32, right? The lowest player that he faced out of those is ranked number 24 in the order of merit. His average opponent up to this
57.
point from the top 32, he's averaging playing the number 11 seed basically throughout all of those matches that he's lost. So he has the chops to play in this, and he's just got to keep himself steady, keep his rhythm going, because
84.
he's very much a rhythm thrower.
Yeah,
And we have
that's
Edward Pope.
like you just said. That's quite a gauntlet. Sorry, I'll let you set up Pope in a second, but
No,
just on
yeah.
Benner, like
85.
that's the work that you've got to put in, right, to get yourself to a position to where you are now seated, you are on the other side of the table. It's a lot of work.
Yeah, and he's Edward Pope is number 8 on the
84.
affiliates tour. Almost said associates. Affiliates tour. So he's on
Well,
pace
associates.
to get his
Stay with associates. Stay with associates. You were right with associates.
Okay, associate.
45.
So he's on number 8 in the associates tour. So he's on pace right now to get himself a tour card next year. And all of these matches on these streams, when they're in here playing these, this is experience. This is them getting that experience to play in this,
71.
not only in the tour, but up on the stage, so that they get used to what that routine feels like, get some of the nerves out of the way. in their first real season on the tour, you know, and Edward
32.
Pope going to be coming from the affiliate associates tour into the main tour next year. This is all good experience for him going forward.
So to continue to, well, let's watch Mr. Benner here, and we are certainly going to talk about his form and style. We've got a couple of legs coming up. We'll open up
26.
that can of worms, but let's watch these two guys bring this first leg to a close, bring it on home. Edward's not going to be able to put much pressure on Benner's 15, just looking to find a scoring
65.
wedge. He does as he goes downstairs. So Benner 7 for 2 4s. And
Yeah,
Edward
his form,
Edward gets a
yeah,
look at his 75, right?
yeah, trip 17 here. Yeah, oh, it goes after the 15. And tops for the leg.
55.
Yeah, so both of these players have very, very different forms. Benner is a rhythm thrower, as you can see.
Game shot.
It is going to, there he is, he hits the double two. It's going to be very difficult for him to maintain that rhythm, though, just simply because of the way he rocks his body. But we've also seen this from players like John Henderson, you know, Big Hendo. It is possible to get
60.
that form going and execute very well with it, as we've seen with John Henderson. I'm a little suspect on this one, though.
Well, yeah, I don't. This is the first time I've seen Dan play in person. So I've not seen
100.
this sort of leg over the Aki and thingy from Dan before. So I don't know if that's his constant style
55.
or if there's a struggle, you know, like, is it something that's been going on, or is this him all the time? Now, I will say, and I mean this affectionately, it's a little reminiscent of a good friend of mine,
60.
Kevin Zippo. And Zippo has that sort of off leg, left leg swing around thing. But with both players, Dan's in this position and Kevin
19.
has gotten, they get results from it, right? It's not as if that legs aren't won, matches aren't won, but from a place, all right, believe it or not, out of left field, I get a drop
44.
down in my messages. And as I kind of suspected, he's battling something. I didn't want to say it until someone that I trust just told me he is battling a little bit
60.
of the dartitis / yips. And that makes sense from I'm struggling to release it standpoint. So again,
Right,
I know
you can see him
our
pulling
approach
his
is,
shoulders.
yeah, our approach from a company standpoint, like we're gonna discuss it, but not
45.
in a negative or mean kind of way. It's what players go through from time to time. So
Sure.
we'll keep an eye on Dan and watch that release.
57.
But obviously
He
that
didn't get here by mistake. That's the point.
no, but the amount of motion that's going on, leads itself to a lot of potential errors. But yeah, you can see there
30.
that he's trying to get that dart out while
Mm-hmm.
keeping the movement to a minimum. So
Yeah, it is reminiscent of John Henderson, though.
89.
And Henderson, watching him, you can tell that he went through something similar to this, and he just kind of learned how to rock his body. And I think that's similar to what Benner's going through right now. It is a tough thing being a dart player and
79.
going through the struggles and trying to adapt to what you're used to doing and where you're at right now. It simply could be a physical thing. Like I personally experienced, I have
42.
a bone spur in my neck, and I did not realize that it was affecting the triggering mechanism in my hand. So all of a sudden, I went from playing very well to struggling, and I couldn't make any sense of it.
43.
Pope on 119 is Gonna start downstairs to clean that up. And there you go. We've got 100 left with 2 darts. 80 is now a setup.
59.
And Benner comes to look at his own 100.
Yeah, just have to plow through here, no matter what you do.
Looking for a single 20 to leave tops if he gets a chance to come back. Pope on throw, looking to take care of 60 to tie us up at 1 leg apiece. Tops is the request. No, a wayward dart into
27.
the 5s. So Dan Benner comes back with his own opportunity at double 20 to break Edward Pope early and go up 2-0 in this last 64
Game
match.
shot in the second leg.
That he does. He puts that in.
You can see his concentration level is still there, you know, really forcing himself into making these work.
60.
And I can see that his rhythm is kind of speeding up a little bit, and he's becoming more steady on his throw.
45.
So let's take this opportunity as we sort of just open up leg 3 to take a look around the tournament floor via our friends at Dart Connect DCTV on dartconnect.com. As we move around the tournament floor here at the Cosmo Darts Championship.
79.
Matches fully underway in the last 32. The Doug Boehm, the 8 seed, goes down to Michael Wynn, 5-4, and Jake
44.
Womack is in a tight 4-4 match with Caden Newberry. So that's your group number 2. A lot of tight contests there. In
19.
group 3, Alex Spellman advances, and so does Steve Warnock. A last 16 clash of the group seeds coming up there in group 3. Down
45.
in group 4, Jacob Taylor and Joey Lenaw. No, Jacob Taylor through. He awaits Joey Lenaw. Joey up 4-2 in a battle in the last 32.
25.
So seeds looking like they're moving through there. Board 5. Keith Way is your 15 seed. He's through, awaiting the number 2 seed Gates. Gates currently up 4-3. So seeds doing well there. Board 6. Nick Lindberg, an experienced CDC veteran, takes out Gary Mawson, the 7 seed, and Larry Butler, the 10 seed, up 4-0. So
83.
a good friends clash on the horizon. Butler, Lindbergh, Ohio, in group 6. Group 8 is Jim Long and Jeff Springer, both moving
45.
through a big clash in the last 16. Board final. Long, Springer coming up in group 8. You're looking at your 6 and your 11 seed there.
45.
The group you're looking at in front of us is actually group 1, moved to the feature board. Kylie Edmonds takes out the 1 seed. We talked about that. Savada, we just saw, the 16 seed, and the only seed remaining advances, and he awaits the winner of this match in front of us with Edmonds and John Part. Going to be opening up our last
95.
32 action, and then finishing up group 7, Stowe Buntz. Stowe Buntz is going to take on Jack Robinson to open up the last 32. Jake McMillan, the other seed, advanced into the last 32. So a lot of big names still alive here as we move on in the Cosmo Darts Championship.
Yeah, the Gary Moss and Nick Lindberg, Nick not being a seeded player, that's, you know, he's an experienced player.
92.
So that for sure was a tight match. And Springer and Meeks went head to head. That was a That was a
No
last
score.
leg decider in that one.
And Benner busts on his attempt to hit a fat 17, and Edward Pope looks for his first leg of the match. So 2 4s for Pope
14.
inside the wire gives Dan Benner another opportunity to cash in 33 points in leg 3. So there you go, double 8 now.
Game shot in
Big
third
Dan
leg.
Benner. And there you go. Even with the said struggles that we set the table on, Benner goes up 3-0.
$45.
Yeah, we got Gates and Krkorkian. They're in a pretty good match going here.
Stephen Krikorian, another associate player,
60.
putting up a fight, coming back a little bit on Gates, currently 4-3 Gates. And, you talked about Lindbergh being unseated, and, it's a testament to the depth of the
23.
quality of players that have come on board with the CDC as we've grown. And this is our 10th year that we seed 16. There's a lot more talent than 16. And, we talked about Savada getting his way
140.
into being a seed, and a 140 from Dan Benner.
Yeah,
So there's always those players that are lurking out in the
41.
waters, those unseeded players that are potential threats. And Lindbergh is one of them, and Edmonds both knocking seeds out.
59.
Yeah, and I see that Lindbergh match, and I don't, I know he's not a seed, but I for sure, I don't think that he's not going to win a match. Like, he is an accomplished player.
57.
It's great to see that Leonard Gates and Krikorian into a last leg decider.
Oh boy, Gates, number 2 seed, top of the table, or
134.
at risk of being put out. Cameron already out.
$95.
I've noticed Pope here has switched down to the 19s to try to build a rhythm too, and he's shooting much better on those 19s.
We saw him do that, as Sean Green and I covered weekend number 3. One of those players, along with Butler and Buntz, that we saw go down, stay at the 19s to start to effectively score. And, why not, if the
55.
struggle's there for you up on the 20s, still lots of, tons of points down there in the 19s. And just as we say that, boom, we go back to the 20s, right?
100.
Right, but and there's a ton from him. So I think that he's just using that 19. I see Buntz do it and Butler do it too, where they build a rhythm off of those numbers and then switch back up, and they're able to execute off of that shot. 10s here for Benner.
33.
A little bit outside on that one. So here's an opportunity for Pope to take a leg. It's a big ask, but I think he can do it.
$120.
We get a little Shanghai action on that?
A Shanghai, but just leaves them just 20 points short, but puts tons of pressure on the double 10. And that's a great
15.
marker. Can't make it
yeah,
happen.
such
So
a-
Edward Pope comes back with 2 10s, as he's really sort of set things straight with the ton and
Game
ton
shot
20
in the fourth
scoring.
leg.
And there you go. A nice tidy 7 darts from Edward Pope. 100, 120, double 10 to take leg number 4.
$95.
You can see that Benner's darts are starting to smooth out a little bit. I'm liking what I'm seeing now. I think it's for players like that.
57.
I think it's just a matter of getting back into a rhythm and moving forward.
$85.
And we see Gates did wind up getting through that, won that last leg decider.
60. $60.
Yeah, nice darts there from Benner. Only got 60, but he's starting to pin it closer and closer to those triples.
$99.
Unfortunately, Pope doesn't come out with the points he wanted, but they were all in triples.
Well, he did manage 99, so that's good.
45.
But he's got to score more on Benner's throw in order to break. That's the big problem right now.
95.
He's starting to pop on those 19s though. That's a good shot. 95 scored.
It's what we saw as he finished up the prior leg. You know, it took a couple of rounds, but strung
95.
together some good scoring and put the double in as soon as he got a look. So let's see what Mr. Pope can do with 190.
43.
$116 for Benner. Nice little smile on his face with that. Single 16 sets him up for tops.
$95.
95. Put some pressure on the Benner 40. Two fives for Dan.
30.
Do we have top 16 matches going too, right?
We do. We've got a few that were just about ready to go. I think 2 solid board finals. I'll go take a look at those.
20.
See if they're underway yet. We've got Taylor and Lenore, Spellman, Warnock, and we'll get you updated on that right now. And Springer Long. So we've got Spellman and Warnock underway. 1-0 Spellman and Jeff Springer 2-0 ahead of Jim Long at the last 16 stage. So some boards moving along nice and tidy here at the Cosmo Darts Championship. Our feature and streamed boards moving along a little slower just based on the technical difficulties, but everybody will get caught up. And so Edward Pope, 2 16s to take leg number 5. Slight adjustment over to 2 8s.
24.
And Dan Benner comes back with a look at his 2 2s. Up in Madhouse.
No score.
That struggling form, you see just sort of pulls those darts down a little bit. So double 4 for Edward Pope.
Game shot in the 5th leg.
Second dart goes in and a break, a throw. And, Mr. Pope, if things fall together right, can tie us up at 3 legs apiece here in our final last 64 match here
41.
in our feature board group 1 from the tournament bracket. Up next, when we come back from commercial break, will be Kylie Edmonds, the Seed Slayer, takes on the 3-time world champion John Part.
41.
The Seed Slayer, I like it.
95.
Yeah, and Pope back down to those 95s. Those have been working very effectively for him. I'd like to see him stay there for a while, manage his outs.
60.
Taylor and Lana underway.
Yep, some big names out there on the tournament
34.
floor, so you can go check out dartconnect.com. And yeah, Jeff Springer throwing a 102 average as he gives Jim Long all he can handle. Spellman a 93 average, plays a 90
45.
in Warnock. Some good stuff out there. And yeah, I'm gonna go look at the bracket. I think we're might be the only group that is not at least in the 32.
48.
But again, some tech difficulties sort of held us up a little bit. And
95.
Well, look at here. Benner's switching down to the 19s and having some success now. We may have a trend.
45. $100.
Solid 10 there from Benner. Gets himself to an out.
$60.
$160 checkout here opportunity. Just going to manage his throw at this point.
47.
yeah, last 16 is just about those matchups are just about completed.
84.
As I said, no surprise that the two streaming boards are the two groups that are still around behind. But we've got Wynn, Womack, Spellman, Warnock, Taylor, Lanaugh. Gates is awaiting a player. Lindbergh, Butler, and Long, Springer. Those are games underway
22.
at the last 16 stage. So Edward Pope, 94 beckons.
Still got a shot at
91.
this.
26.
Benner comes up with his own 91. So Nils starting bullseyes or triple 17.
I think at this point he's going to go 17. Oh, he does go bullseye.
14.
I mean, that's the bullseye's in my opinion, the better shot because you're going single to double. But you know, going through a match, it just depends on how you're feeling, where your
51.
darts are landing, whether you want to go after that single. I would have thought that he would have went 17 on that, but he surprised me. Went bullseye.
52.
Look at that double shot. Almost went for it.
Yeah, you got to
Benner here
love
for-
that players have the confidence to do that now. Oh, and Benner just pulls that completely to the
36.
left and into a fat 15, and Pope at 2/8.
Game shot in the 6th.
And
leg.
we're all
2/8
tied up.
it
3
is.
legs apiece.
Edward Pope. And now
Jim
we're
Long's
looking
with-
at a best 2 out of 3 here to finish us up. Go ahead, Jim Long.
Yeah, Jim Long
40,
stormed back
20,
3 straight
25.
legs, a 14, a 15, and a 14 dart leg in the last 3 legs. And Springer's still shooting a 97 average, and now Jim Long's taking a 3-2 lead.
44.
No shock
fun
that one of the founders of Dart Players Northwest has their star and tour champion Jeff Springer on Dart Connect off to the side.
Of course.
98.
Well, I'm really impressed with a lot of the players, you know, that have come up through these different programs. Boy, we got a good one coming for you next year,
59.
I'll tell you. We got
On the
Rory
Northwest
Hansen.
circuit.
Yeah, Rory Hansen out of British Columbia is coming your way. Had the pleasure of playing a
119.
bunch of those guys this year. It was a lot of fun.
For those unaware what we're talking about,
99.
just a quick, there's a dart players sort of series that around the United States kicked off by myself, Dart Players New York, all the way back in 2011, and now it's sort of a grassroots movement. It's each tour is their
32.
own entity, and it takes the passion of one or a few individuals to get things kicked off. And now, off the top of my head, we're in that 17
57.
to 18 tour range around the United States, from the East Coast to the West Coast, from the north down to the south. So, if you see, dart players in your area, that's a long format in-person tour that gives you the experience and style of the darts that you're watching on your screen. So it's a great foundation being, cemented essentially all around the U.S. and I think probably a little bit of Canada right around the corner.
53.
Yeah, we're looking at that, like the Dart Players Northwest. We pulled several players from British Columbia this year that came down.
60.
It kind of spread like wildfire up there, and people are excited about having a DP style events that it, in a way imitate what the CDC is doing with the long format.
81.
I expect that we're going to wind up seeing more Canadians from the West Coast start playing the DP programs, and I suspect that you're going to wind up seeing more West Coast Canadians getting their
57.
opportunity to get into the CDC too, which is great because a lot of those Canadians, they have to travel all the way across Canada.
Mm-hmm. That would be phenomenal as we look at Benner trying to make a 93 happen. And so now it's a setup shot. Nils, I mean, that would be fantastic.
53.
I mean, obviously we've always wanted as much Canadian representation with the CDC as possible. And just by the nature of the country, you tend to see most of that coming from mid to east Canada, from Ontario all the way out to Nova Scotia and Newfoundland. But to get larger representation from the western part of Canada in terms of its player depth and skill would
Game
be
shot
just
in the
phenomenal
7th
for us.
leg.
And Benner nails double 20 to edge ahead 4-3, puts him within one leg of last 32 spot, and Pope hopes to take two in a row to advance into the last 32. So
45.
with the throw,
Yeah, everything that we just talked about is all a credit to what the CDC, and you in particular with DPNW, DPNY, getting that started, in the CDC moving that needle forward and giving all of these other opportunities for dart players
47.
to navigate and successfully create a dart career. That's something that North America's needed for a very long time. We've had dart tournaments for a long time in the U.S. We all know that, but to have it
36.
have a actual platform where you can create a career out of darts is something that I've been watching unfold for the last decade, and it's so cool to be
115.
able to be a dart nerd like I am for 25 years and to see all of the work and the fruition that has gone on in the last decade come to play, and watching all of the opportunities across North America. And now, if I'm not mistaken, South America is in play as well.
Yeah, we have a sister affiliate, if you will, a proper terminology for the CDLC Championship Darts Latin America Caribbean, that now for the past 2 seasons
39.
has put on multiple weekends, 2 weekends with a few events in each weekend, and that has helped fill World Cup spots. It's how Guyana,
95.
Norman and Sudesh put on World Cup qualifiers, and Norman's route to the World Championship last year came through that CDLC. So super proud of us as a company to help
84.
get that worked out, and of course the hard work of Jeff Good and Peter Cetera, who've been the on-site tournament directors. So, yeah, good stuff as we move from North into South America.
44.
Yeah, and if you look at the opportunities that have been created from this, how many players now get to go across the pond and play in CDC or PDC events? That's a new thing, or not new, but
41.
relatively new in the number of players that are actively getting to go over into Europe and play is, it's incredible to me to watch what you guys have done. And even looking at the associates tour here that you
82.
guys have established, that is another building block for those players to be able to slowly earn their way into an opportunity across into Europe, into the PDC. That's incredible.
97 for Benner. Falls wayward again, so Pope's going to get
33.
a solid look at 214s to tie us up and push into a deciding leg. A mile away, as
Game
Sid
shot in the
Waddell
eighth
would
leg.
say, but corrects
final
it
leg.
with the second dart, cool, calm, into the double 14 and into a deciding ninth leg we go, Nils Nelson.
Yes, sir. Benner with advantage of throw
45.
here.
So to put a cap on before we get down to the nitty gritty in this leg, it all, just so people know the impact these events have, and even if the PDC,
171.
look at that, 3 in the bed downstairs for a 1-7-1 for Edward Pope to open up the deciding length 9. It comes from the top sometimes. The
100.
inspiration for what I did with Dart Players New York came from the inspiration of the PDC in Las Vegas with the Desert Classic. So sometimes it goes from the top back down to the bottom of grassroots, setting
57.
up foundations, and then the CDC comes along after a few years, and now we go back and help solidify, as you talked about, the Dart Players tours and the associates
100.
tours and events. Building that platform to go from your local play to the Alexandra Palace.
Right. So
97.
coming up through the ranks as a player on the West Coast, it was always very difficult for us to be able to travel all over the country in order to, get the points that we needed to go through
45.
to play in the championships. Now with all of the programs that are being set up, especially the long format programs, it's just opening up the door more and more. And with the
136.
136.
What setup shot.
Like Pope comes out on fire. 171 backs it up at a 97 and a 136 setup for tops here in the deciding ninth leg. Putting it all together is Edward Pope.
45.
Shot at a 13 darter here.
Game shot and the match.
There it is. Out of nowhere pops a 13 dart leg to finish this off. Fantastic darts by Ed Pope. And he's an
Edward
associate
Pope,
player.
Yeah, exactly. Player off the associates list, moves into the last 32, and he'll take on Adam Savada. So Edward Pope just sort of, tries to put it together, puts it all together for a 13 dart leg there. Me and Nils have enjoyed bringing you those games. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we've got Kylie Edmonds taking on John Part. That'll be followed by Adam Savada and Edward Pope. We're going to take a little break so production can have a quick bite to eat, get an update on Streaming Board 2. So, folks, thank you for joining us, and we'll be right back with more from the Cosmo Darts Championship.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today.
Hitcore is the streaming entertainment alternative. Live concerts and comedy? Hitcore has it. Premium high-def audio and video? Hitcore has it. A customizable entertainment experience? Hitcore has that as well. No app? No problem. Set up an account, decide what you want to watch, buy it, then press play. It's that easy. Hitcore is live and on demand 24/7. Hitcore, where every live event becomes your experience.
tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back here at the Cosmo Darts Championship. I'm Anthony Eugenia, joined once again by William Stewart as we move into the last 32 here on our feature board. Coming up is Kylie Edmonds, who we saw take out David Cameron. He will face the three-time world championship champion, Darth Maple, John Part. Hello, Will. We'll get Will's muted, so we'll get Will back up and running in a sec. Yeah. You on with
There
us?
we go. Helps. Yeah, we're good. Helps to
Awesome.
push the button. Yeah, good to be here. As you can see, John probably telling one of those good old movie stories or whatnot there with Kylie to open up our match there.
We saw John Part advance 5-3 over Travis Rawn, and Kylie Edmonds opened us up today with a 5-2 win over the number 1 seed, David Cameron. So big opportunity for both players here to move into the last 16. Let's, while they get their last little darts in there, Kylie's won the bull, so Kylie's going to throw first. Some results. When we last left you, we had some action going on in the last 16 here at the Cosmo Darts Championship. Jake Womack threw 6-0 into the quarterfinals. Alex Spellman 6-1 into the quarterfinals over Steve Warnock. Jacob Taylor 6-3 over Joey Leonard. Jim Long comes back, holds his position as the 6th seed, 6-3 over Springer. So those players are now in your quarterfinals. Nick Lindbergh and Larry Butler in a tight tussle out on the tournament floor. Butler ahead 4-3. And looks like we are about to get underway.
25.
Yeah, unfortunate last dart there from Kylie. As we look to find a top 16
100.
person who's going to take on Adam Savada or Ed Pope after this one for our board final.
100.
Yeah, we saw Adam Savada continue his impressive form all summer long. He took down a impressive in his own right Brandon
99.
Goddard, scored well, and Brandon just came up just a little short against Adam. And then Dan Benner and Edward Pope went the distance in a
55.
beautiful finish of a 13-leg darter for Pope to advance. So another interesting matchup to see as things unfold. Update for everybody out there. Again, we
96.
appreciate your patience. We're thrilled that our event staff, production, and tournament got us up and running here at the feature board. Stream 2, unfortunately, still down. They've moved those matches out to the tournament floor
134.
so they can sort of continue to address the availability of getting that Stream 2 up and running. As I keep trying to say, we've got a lot of darts to go, 2 more
45.
events tonight and tomorrow. So if we can rectify that, still tons of dart games to bring to you. So keep tabs with us. We'll let you
133.
know on social media when we get things rectified. So Edmonds, beautiful back-to-back 1-3-4, 1-3-3.
Yeah, it was really superb to
90.
kind of regain that upper hand that he lost with the 25 in the opener here. So 54, 14 for tops.
Game shot.
Good stuff. That'll work.
Edmonds holds his throw.
Moving on here to the
42.
inaugural CDC event winner in John Part back in 2015. Tell me about those events, AE.
135.
Oh my God! In Miamisburg, Ohio, right outside Dayton. Yeah. Boy, oh boy, the buzz on that weekend was incredible. This
59.
brand new thing was starting back in the days when it really was just me, Satera, and Irene. I'm running around with a clipboard, and
140.
we weren't streaming back then. We weren't even using Dart Connect. We didn't introduce Dart Connect until the second weekend. So lots of paper scoreboards, score sheets that I've got a few of them. And yep, John
96.
Part took down DJ Sayer, event 1 on Saturday, and Larry Butler did his Sunday magic. He took event
42.
2, also against DJ Sayer. So pretty amazing. 10 years ago in Miamisburg, Ohio.
94.
Here we are a decade later.
Love it. Well, Kylie for the 184 setup job here. We'll go downstairs.
84.
To leave that ton.
$58.
Just got a reminder, and I kind of knew it was, but that the brackets for that first weekend you can find
45.
on Challenge, if people remember that bracketing platform
Oh.
that we used to. Yeah, so the early CDC history, the games are still there. They're just not in the Dart Connect history, which I think,
64.
I guess we can't rectify that. We've got the records, but we don't have the dart by dart and turn by turn dart, beautiful stuff that Dart Connect provides us. But yeah, I mean, we've got the full
45.
results. But I should share that so people can see some of the old stuff on Challenge. There is still a CDC page.
That's crazy. 5-3 advantage for Larry Butler there
63.
on the floor as John Park got a look at the bull. Unfortunate miss outside as they'll go back to Edmonds for double 5.
Five scored.
Now you got me all nostalgic there,
9
Will
scored.
Stewart.
Every once
Trying
in a
to
while,
think
you
of
gotta,
more and more nuggets. I'll give you some more and more nuggets from that first weekend as we move into the next
Game
leg.
shot.
I love it. I saw that little tidbit and I had to use it just because those memories they kind of get lost in the get up every once in a while, but they're good. Kylie gets the leg for the 2-0 advantage.
60.
Yeah, Edmonds still chugging along, coming out of a big victory in his first round, 2-0 on John Part, and maybe one of the. I mean, we opened up this year doing some
43.
reminiscing, but maybe I'll try and pick some tidbits for upcoming episodes of Shooting the Bull, the official podcast of the CDC.
58.
So here's a little nugget for you from that opening weekend. I don't want to put you completely on the spot that you've got to totally grasp names, but the number 2 and the number 3
49.
seed were quite unique for that event. Let me get totally blind. Any ideas on who would have been the number 2 and 3
60.
seed? All the
I
way
have no
way back then, and what the
no
wrinkle would have
idea.
been. No idea. All right. The
No
dynamic
idea.
duo, the dynamic duo of Robin Curry and Kylie
100.
West.
Oh,
were
that is
your
that is
number
amazing.
2 and number 3 seeds.
They've been
For
here we go.
140.
Oh, I thought he was going to throw in the 180.
weekends.
No, that's great because you know what? They're still out there kicking it. They're winning doubles titles left and right these days. It's amazing. I think they won at Music City They won at the Florida event as
96.
well. They're picking them up. Robin's game right now is great.
Oh, absolutely. Both of them. I mean, both of them have historic wins under their belts.
133.
I wouldn't even know where to begin on the titles that they've won. I've had the pleasure of being at the scoreboard for many finals when each of those great ladies have become champions. And Part, I think 2 in the bed goes down.
139.
Yeah, but still, Kylie getting these looks early and get enough of them. You're going to take advantage here.
10.
But he's just been missing.
So John Part with 74 here to put his first mark on the ledger. So 32, 16,
Game
double
shot.
8 beckons, and John Part puts dart number 3 in leg number 3 to cut the Edmonds advantage in half. He's working on the pitcher's rubber. Maybe the carpet's a little too high. You got to grind things down a little bit, get that additional 1/16 of an inch,
60.
you know? Everything matters, Will Stewart.
That it does. It does. Every
I
little
don't know.
bit.
I'm obviously making some poop up, but hey,
Every little bit. Come on now.
42.
you know what? Obviously having a lot of fun, and we should have some fun here, sitting with everybody, watching these great games and everything. But like, hey, tell me if I'm wrong, if I'm not wrong, that if there's any player in the history of this game that would figure out a way to get a
59.
1/16 of an inch advantage, or figure out that he's 1/16 of a disadvantage, it would be one John Part.
100.
I treat it like the old NASCAR reference. If you're not doing something, you're not doing enough. You know. Come on now. Love
If
it.
you're not looking for
right now
for an advantage, you ain't trying.
So right now,
140.
359 for Kylie Edmonds, 262 for John Part after that 140 there we go. The scoreboard reappears.
22.
I know that production was hard at work trying to get that one back up and going.
So 262. I was going to say we don't want to hit the straight ton, and
128.
obviously one of the greatest counters in the game. John Part is going to know that inside and out.
100.
Advantage for John here in this leg as he cues in this 134. Trip 18. Or the 14 route. That'll work,
That was
John.
16.
102. $59.
So 2/16s for John Part to square this match up
Game
in 2
shot.
legs apiece. And that he does with his first dart. This is still a race to 5 here at the last 32 stage of the Cosmo Darts Championship.
140.
And he had 6 darts, only needed 1 to tie us up 2-2. Look downstairs for a 134.
134.
Gathers it. 2 great openers here in leg number 5.
81. $42. 60.
That was an opportunity for Kylie to really expand the distance here in this leg, and unfortunately only 60. The door kind of stays open for John to walk through,
100.
and last dart savior for John Part.
Looking across the
50.
tournament landscape, Nick Lindberg takes out Larry Butler, his good friend, the 10 seed, 6-5. So that went the distance. Matches about to get underway. Leonard Gates, Keith Way, that's the last 16. And Spellman, Jacob Taylor, I believe, is the first quarterfinal
58.
warming up on the tournament floor.
What a good start to the quarterfinal stages with those two gentlemen. And look at this for Kylie. He gave us a look at it. And that's just the respect that he has for the three-time world champion, John Part. Anytime this guy can pull out a 167.
Absolutely.
And we could see it right here. We could see it right here.
142.
Oh, my goodness. Come on, John.
Both players back-to-back. Looks at a bull. Edmonds cleans up the 46. Looking at tops. We're firing up here, Will Stewart.
Definitely so. And both guys are feeling a little bit of pressure here, trying to enter into that top 16 stage. 9 for double 8.
Game shot.
Beautiful.
Double 8 it is for John Part in a decisive leg 5. Halfway, more than halfway home for Part. First to 5, as Will Stewart says, a big opportunity for both these players
96.
to land in the last 16 stage in a meeting with either Savada or Pope.
96.
But weekend 4, like these, the points get more and more precious as players make a push for the Continental Cup, make a push for extended, you've got to retain your tour card for laying groundwork for future seeding and, World Cup spots. It all matters. It all matters on the championship dart circuit.
58.
It really does, from the top to the bottom players. And I mean, it really does, because you're looking at the Continental Cup, but also you're eyeballing the Nations Cup too. I mean, those come right back and forth. There's no events really mixed in between
44.
other than some virtual stuff and maybe some on-site qualifiers. So that's the thing, is for that 7, 8, 9, even 10th player in each respective
99.
nation's country. I mean, those standings,
Yeah,
it's a big deal.
you're
right
exactly
now.
right. Yeah, thank you for you brought that up earlier when we were doing some matches. You've got players that the cross-border
96.
challenge that opens us up for the past 2 seasons and is on schedule to do so in 2025 features the top 6 ranked players from each nation. So
100.
as you just said, you could be a player from either nation but ranked 19th-ish, something, but still be in contention to make that push to be top 6
49.
for a spot to represent your nation in the Nations Cup and the singles tournament that's the cross border. So which gives you opportunities to go to MSG,
85.
right? So there you go.
Yeah, we'll kind of dive a little bit more into that here in just a second as John cues in the 120 here. And man, would this be great to
Game shot.
extend the lead. Wow, what a 120 checkout from the 3-time world champ.
58.
John Part, as they would say in Europe, is hottening up. He's hottening up, is John Part. Rolling back the years. John Part,
59.
4-2 ahead of Kylie Edmonds. And if I'm not mistaken, that's 4 on the trot for Darth Maple.
140.
Yeah, that's beautiful 4 on the trot. It sure is. I'm glad you mentioned it. Yeah, I wanted to say as well, we mentioned the Nations Cup. Yeah, 7, 8, and 9 for each country. Jack Robinson,
86.
Ross Snook, Jake McMillan, and then on the USA side, Jeff Springer, Doug Boehm, and Joey Lanaw. Big weekends
95.
this weekend and next weekend, or the next one ahead.
I'd like to see some new names sprinkled in there, but also just the dangerous depth that, though if those guys are on the outside looking in,
42.
boy, oh boy.
Well, the way Jeff's playing right now, I'm queuing him up for a position in the Nations Cup for sure. Possibly making a
58.
good run into the Continental Cup. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out.
Oh, you bet your day. The Springer Day is going to be had someday, real soon.
58.
Well, look at this pressure mounting from Kylie here. 150 after 12.
41.
John is a little bit back at the 256 range. Needs a good 96 here. 96 plus.
$49.
And the reason that's okay, 97 would have queued in the 161, so no harm, no foul.
Kylie weirdly picks
sorry.
up his 9 right there, right?
49.
Yeah, 207 here. Outside looking in, so Kylie is going to get a look at 3 to 4.
98.
Fortunately, he'll give throw back to John if it succeeds here.
Game shot.
Nice transition from Kylie Edmonds. Double 10 gives him leg number 7, and it's 4-3 part. So I feel like John's got to do the work here.
96.
Not give Edmonds a chance at a tie-breaking leg.
85.
John needs a triple.
59.
So the door is ajar for Kylie Edmonds.
Yeah, needs to run through it, not walk. And that's not a
80.
helpful dart, but that certainly is.
Yeah, good recovery for Kylie. So John's, yeah, you almost feel like he needs 2.
137.
And he gets
And
2.
he gets the big 2. That's a big round for John. Forces Kylie to bounce
100.
back with an answer.
Will he move down the board?
100.
Stays up top. 100.
$135.
Oh, he
John
finds it.
Part
What a
steps to the
135.
Aki. Yep. 109 points. 89.
93.
Double 8 for John Part if Kylie Edmonds can't cash in on a 101.
93.
I do like the going 19s there, but unfortunate miss. Here we
Game
go
shot
for
in the
John.
match. John Park.
And that's it. John Part, Darth Maple moves into your last 16 here at the Cosmo Darts Championship.
Are you not entertained? That's what he's thinking there. Great stuff from
Undoubtedly.
John Part. Great stuff as he'll enter the top 16 stages, and he'll play either Adam Savada or Ed Pope in the next round. And that's the next match we got for you here.
Yes, sir. So we're gonna stay here, check in with production. We're expecting those players to be up promptly. So let's take, while we fill some time, let's take a look around the tournament board.
How about this? Big rounds from Alex Spellman, 4-0 advantage in the quarterfinals over Jacob Taylor.
And let's stay there for a second. You know, as we were prepping early, me, you, and Nils sitting around chatting. We're talking about who's in positions of places to move. Spellman was, we talked about Spellman's form. We know the potential of Alex, but he hasn't been as prolific as we thought. So 91 average 4-0 on Taylor looks to be maybe we've got a turnaround for Spellman.
Also, we got Leonard Gates, 6-1 over Keith Way as he quietly makes his presence in another quarterfinal.
Right? I mean, there's just some players that they're just standards in those quarterfinals, and what a compliment it is to those players like Gates in fields like this to be stalwarts of the quarterfinal stage. So let's see
Jake Womack beating Michael Wynn 6-0 with a 97 average in that top 16 battle. He's another individual who's made some pretty good runs here in this 2024 campaign at the CDC circuit.
Two-time event winner, if I'm not mistaken, a evolution winner, as we like to always point out. Jacob in his evolution winning year did not drop an event, went through the field, start to finish, and that's always going to be something that's looked back on with awe and reverence. So in the quarters.
Oh, I was just
go ahead, Will.
Started
Please.
Off early in match match event number 2 and 3. He started off early. He had 2 top 4 finishes there, and has a couple top 8s as well. I mean, anytime you can do that, he's going to have another one here today. It's pretty impressive.
Absolutely, and to your point, off the top of my head, I don't recall, but now this weekend into the 9, as the 9 seed, I don't remember the exact seedings, but he's worked his way up there. He's on the verge of being in that first half of the seeding, that 1 to 8 group. But I would hazard a guess that Jake came into that season in the 13-ish range. So, like, to your point, those top 4 finishes early on have moved him up in the rankings. So, Jake Womack in your quarters, and he awaits the winner, if I'm not mistaken, of our group. So Jake Womack will take on either Part, Savada, or Pope. And then the next quarterfinal, Spellman and Taylor, Gates and Lindbergh, and then Jim Long. Jim Long awaits the winner of Buntz McMillan. So
well, look at this. We see the point list for this year's campaign here. Pretty good numbers here for our 2024 tour point list.
Your sort of somewhat dominant top 3, if you will, in Cameron, Gates, and Buntz, both winning 2 events apiece, and obviously that reflects in their standings with the points. And then you've got to evaluate that next group in Long, Moss, and Taylor and Spellman now. And also, very much to your point, very timely graphic for Will Stewart in setting us up on where Womack's going in. He's there today, going to add to those points. But, players in the 40s from Long to Spellman, from 48 to 43, a couple of event wins does those guys a big stead. And there's no reason not to believe that Long, Moss, and Taylor, Spellman, guys that can pick up 2 events in a weekend, right? Propel them up into that stratosphere where Cameron, Gates, and Buntz are sitting right now. And to remind everybody at home, ready. Yeah, just to put an exclamation on those graphics and points that we talked about. 3 players are heading to the World Championships. 1 from each nation, and then a wild card. We're off and running here. Savada, Pope.
Well, it's looking pretty good for. Yeah, I mean, of course, David Cameron's looking really good for that World Championship spot. And then you got Leonard Gates, Stowe, Buntz not far behind. Be curious to see what happens there in the next coming events as to who earns those
55.
positions for sure. But hey, big shout out to Jeff McMahon and all those hard work on the graphics he's been designing. I know we got some new ones this weekend, so big shout out to him. As
59.
well as L. David Irete back there working hard to make this thing run.
Absolutely. I full-throatedly second that here. Jeff McMahon, L. David Irete on site this weekend, bringing you these great pictures and graphics and stuff.
131.
And behind the scenes, we've got Vicky Romero, who puts together a lot of the graphics that you see. And then KJ McGlynn, also another member of the team, but wonderful stuff done by Vicky on a regular basis at such short notice sometimes too. So we love Vicky's dedication to this team.
Definitely so. And I don't know if you guys mentioned it in the previous match with Ed. So it was off the coverage there, but some interesting setups from Ed here, and we'll take a little bit look after this.
57.
Adam Savada almost nails it in, but yes, the two-toe technique here, really interesting.
Yeah, we actually we were going to head down that road, but we got so sidetracked. Not sidetracked, but it was more of the presenting story in Dan Benner's form and what he's going through, and how that, what he was struggling with is tied to more of a throwing struggle. And there goes Savada opening up his ledger with a double in leg number 1. So 1-0 Savada. But yeah, I remember you gleefully pointing out in weekend number 3 that Edward Pope's double-toed throwing form, and we broke that down for the people. So give me your take on that.
I mean, we've seen it done before. It's definitely has happened in previous, we've seen it. It's no denying it.
61.
But it is still, when it does pop up, you're like, just because you don't see it that often anymore. It is, I know the reason I brought it up to our beautiful
45.
play-by-play guy, Mr. Sean Green, was because his wife does the same technique. So that's why I knew
his wife
he would
is a
get
double
little
toer,
kick out of
eh?
it. Yep, that's right.
95.
So,
yeah, and as I expressed when we talked earlier about it, is more of an old school style. Like it's not something that I'm unfamiliar with. I've seen it before, but I haven't seen, as you said, kind of haven't seen, in a while. And I said to Sean off air, I didn't want to be disrespectful about it, but I can recall old timers would address that style and give you, let's hold on and see if Adam Savada goes down for a 139. I remember old timers would more, Edward looks pretty stable, so I'm not specifically pointing this at him, but if you approach the Aki with this style,
57.
would sort of give you a poke in the shoulder, and from their perspective, to show you how you could potentially be unbalanced in that stance. And that's kind of my take
46.
on why it would be discouraged in that double-toed, stance.
42.
You certainly make it work. I do notice after, how about this double 8 from Adam, goes inside double 4. Inside that, so down to double 2, and inside
14.
there, he leaves the madhouse. So Ed's going to get the look here. I will say he goes underneath the chin with the follow-through, with the pullback. That's a little bit more difficult when you go all the way down almost to the shoulder range to pick it up.
62.
And I noticed Savada there right before that last dart at double 2, glance over at the score line, and I'm wondering if he considered busting.
And I think he
Now
should
he's
have,
probably
just in case.
Wondering if he should have, yeah.
Oh, how about this? Double.
Game shot in the second leg.
He gets it in there. What a double-double from Ed Pope. Oh, those Black Widows are working beautifully for him here on the double
Take that.
16s.
45.
Says Edward Pope. And I didn't even notice that. I like the old school stance with the old school Black Widows. That's outstanding.
33.
They still are prominent, man. I tell you what, a lot of people enjoy
A good set of widows.
100.
What a big spot and moment for Edward
95.
Pope here. Tied 1-1. An opportunity to, he's taken on a Savada that we've seen obviously
60.
much more dangerous and informed. So, at this point, Savada's, given Edward an opportunity. And you've
45.
got one John Part sitting there at the last 16 stage. So, we talked about with Cameron getting knocked out, it opened up avenues for everybody in this group to take advantage.
And really, if you're Ed too, you need to be thinking, hey, I don't care what the averages is. I can scrap and crawl my way through this match and potentially come out
94.
ahead. I think no doubt about it.
1,000%,
you gotta
right?
think, yeah, I mean, he got his first tour win ever in their last match. Why not make it 2 here and beat Adam Savada for a top 16 matchup?
78.
Top 16, experience all of the other sort of like underlying stuff, but just, flat out right away, we've got, prize money on offer and points, which goes towards, moving into the top 32
61.
of the overall CDC standings, which would earn him a card. He's coming off the associates list, getting a chance to compete, and has, obviously, like you
54.
said, a win improves on performance from his last appearance, and it's right there in front of him.
That has to be his mindset. I want to focus on getting my card. I want to enter in as
42.
many of these events as I can. And he's shown that dedication by going back to back here in weekend number 3 and weekend number 4 off the affiliates list, getting that experience. And
56.
he's going to get a look at this 130 to go 2-1 ahead here. What do you got for us, Adam, the little fish? Or Ed, the little fish here.
I like the little fish. I like that. 62.
Just how
scored.
how little is
65.
how little is the little fish though? That's the thing. It never like crappie. What is it?
Oh, it's still a pretty substantial,
16.
largemouth bass, I'd say. Like it's still a good reel in. You're still working a bit.
Yeah, definitely.
Not the biggest
so.
of the
60,
fish, but it ain't a guppy.
65
Tops
here.
for
Tops.
Pope.
60.
Ooh. Yeah, that's discouraging for
Game shot
Edward.
in the third
And
leg.
Adam Savada punishes that miss with a straight double 16 to edge ahead 2-1. Still on throw for everybody, but as you laid out, these are opportunities, massive opportunities for a player
72.
like Edward Pope in his position. That's got to go in.
45.
We got the throw here in this leg number 4. Just keep chugging along here as he goes right to the 19s. He uses technique in
79.
weekend number 3 too. Not afraid to move around the board.
$99.
Neither is Adam.
And to whet everybody's appetite a little bit, it looks like over the horizon, of course, we've got John Part up next against the
125.
winner of this, but we'll be getting a taste of some new players around the bracket. It looks like the quarterfinal that we'll have here on our feature board will be Jim Long recent guest on
125.
the Shooting the Bull podcast, versus the winner of Stowe Buntz, Jake McMillan. So that is something to stick around and watch here at the Cosmo
100.
Darts Championship.
Yeah, that's a mouth-watering affair, that's for sure. Looking forward to that one. So work ahead. The Pope sitting at 125 gets the look here.
83.
Where will Adam be? And he adds a little bit of pressure with the 83. I think you gotta go bull there
59.
if you're Ed to open up, especially with the player Adam is. This 149 can or could have went.
And might,
Game shot in the fourth
and
leg.
does.
And that is why you've got to attack that 125 on bull if you're Ed. Just because you never know when Adam's going to pull out that on you.
And full recognition from Edward Pope to his opponent, Adam Savada.
46.
Massive,
Beautiful
massive
dart.
leg.
Edges ahead 3-1 in a race to 5.
83.
Now these are the times and places in matches that I've long contended where you see the difference in
128.
players, either by ranking or experience level, in that it's Pope hung around for a bit, had his opportunities in the first 3 to 4,
79.
and then ultimately it's Savada takes that 3 dart out, gets hot, and all of a sudden now you're looking at a 5-2 or 5-1.
92.
Those players take off in that meat of that match in 5, 6, 7 legs 5, 6, and 7.
95.
So it does look like Stowe Buntz did beat Jake McMillan. A little update from that one. Will be Buntz versus Jim Long.
63.
Both
You have
winners in our previous weekend in Chicago.
43.
Do you have a lady in the field this weekend? I do want to mention that one as well. Jacqueline Abergel from Canada.
140.
Good player.
Very nice pronunciation.
The only reason I know that is because I just saw her a few weekends ago in Florida. And
Fantastic.
I believe Sean
83.
or Nick said the name wrong, and we learned the hard way. So 32, the look for
16.
Savada.
24.
And that's, what? Going back to that just to have fun with it. It's everybody makes mistakes, and it's not, and nothing's ever. Oh, let's see if we see a big turnaround from Pope.
He goes 14 for bowl.
25 remaining.
Ooh. Give it a proper look there.
Four.
Oh, and the door's ajar for Edward Pope.
Yeah, don't hold anything back. Attack it. Go right after it.
9.
The outside instead, as the advantage goes right back to Savada for the 4-1 lead.
Game shot in the fifth leg.
And there you go. Just like that, 4-1 to Savada. Pope gets his opportunities, doesn't cash in, and Adam Savada on the precipice of a last 16 clash with none other than
59.
John Part.
Yeah, good 3 legs on the spin there for Adam.
And at the end of the day, Will, just finish my thought from earlier. At the end of the day, we always want to just get it right as broadcasters, and we will. You get the pronunciation
47.
and you get it right. There's never any disrespect meant. I've gone up to many players like, can you just help me out? I just want to get it right.
83.
That's exactly it. I found out after 2 years that I was saying some girl's name wrong, and I said, "You really let me go 2 years? 2 whole years?"
95.
And then there's some that no matter how many times your partner Sean Green has it written down across from you in Chicago, you can never get it right. So even today, I looked as the young man is playing in our junior
13.
events. I'm like, Douglas D. McKelly. I'm like, write it, Anthony. You got to get it right for the young man. Get it right.
That's good. I
95.
don't mean to call you out, but I think last week you just said Dominic, and I about died. I said,
Well, I called him
"There we
Dominic
go,
at one
Anthony."
point. We were talking about Italian heritage, I think, and I'm like, Dominic, and I see him in the hallway. He opens his hands. He goes, Dominic,
128.
come on, you're killing me.
What a great 128 there from Adam, as he adds a little pressure to the 205.
95.
I like the downstairs look there. 195 sets up the 110 for yourself. You can attack it as you please.
84.
So here's another one of those opportunities. Not an easy one, but one that Pope just got to cash in on.
And he's getting a look at the double 18.
74.
Savada's going to let him come back. So
At least in
218s
this
for
leg.
Edward Pope to stay alive.
Game shot in the 6th leg.
And he does that. Cuts the deficit in half. 4 legs to 2 Savada. But Edward Pope still alive here in the Cosmo Darts Championship.
Yeah, he had a beautiful marker there with the
140.
first start. Utilized it on the second and just banged it right in. Good shots there for Ed Pope.
95.
News in from around the tournament floor. First player booked into the semifinals is Alex Spellman. Your number 4 seed
100.
takes out the 5 seed in a 6-0 contest, seeing Spellman throw 92. And currently
95.
underway, Gates ahead of Lindbergh 4-2, also in the quarterfinals. So we'll keep you up to date on that. And we're going to have, as a quarterfinal here,
43.
Stowe, Buntz, and Jim Long.
I'll tell you, this is just looking at the quarterfinals alone. It's going to be a great appetizing
33.
semifinal as well as the final. You don't want to miss this coverage here. Brought to you by the Championship Darts Corporation. It's going to be a doozy, folks.
140.
Great 140. That almost locks it in for a 5-2, but we'll find out. Pope needs to give it right back here.
95.
95, but still leaves him just on the outside looking in. So Savada gets 6 darts to take 78 out. So 54 scored,
Game
24
shot in the
remaining, and
match.
24 goes in for Adam Savada.
What a beautiful dart that was, and that locks in his 7th top 16 in 9 events. 7th top 16 in 9 events. That is absolutely absurd. Can he do more? We'll find out here, coming your way next as we get more action.
So, yeah, want to thank Will Stewart for joining us. We're going to see Will back for the semifinal here on our feature board. Coming up next, as Will laid out, we've got a last 16, the final last 16 match between John Part and Adam Savada. Before we go, we're going to set the table. That part savada is your last 16. The winner of that will take on Jake Womack in the quarters. Moving down the bracket, Spellman beats Taylor into the semis. Gates, Lindbergh, and Buntz Long round out your quarterfinals. So, folks, we are just getting cooking, and we'll be back with more from the Cosmo Darts Championship.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today.
Hitcore is the streaming entertainment alternative. Live concerts and comedy? Hitcore has it. Premium high-def audio and video? Hitcore has it. A customizable entertainment experience? Hitcore has that as well. No app? No problem. Set up an account, decide what you want to watch, buy it, then press play. It's that easy. Hitcore is live and on demand 24/7. Hitcore, where every live event becomes your experience.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at azdarts today.
Won't you take me for a ride? I love the feeling of the wind in my hair while it's beating. On the highway down by the sea, we go on and on and on. Listen to us tears go by in the very first sunlight, and we know it has just started. On and on and on. When you close your eyes, do you feel alive? You know I'm going crazy for you tonight.
Hitcore is the streaming entertainment alternative. Live concerts and comedy? Hitcore has it. Premium high-def audio and video? Hitcore has it. A customizable entertainment experience? Hitcore has that as well. No app? No problem. Set up an account, decide what you want to watch, buy it, then press play. It's that easy. Hitcore is live and on demand 24/7. Hitcore, where every live event becomes your experience.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back to put a cap on this group as we move into our final last 16 match. I'm Anthony Eugenia, rejoined by Nils Nelson, and we are getting ready for a clash between John Part and the number 16 seed Adam Savada. The winner will move on to the quarterfinals where they will take on Jake Womack. So, hello, Nils. Welcome back in as we sort of get to the meat of the Cosmo Darts Championship.
Yeah, I saw John Part checking the board again, checking the hockey.
Gotta make sure the playing area is up to snuff. Okay, John. Yep, John has the bull shot, wins the bull, so he's going to throw first as we open up here. Now we move up to first to 6. So this is the group final, last 16, best of 11. Adam Savada versus John Part.
Yeah, what a pleasure it is for Savada to be able to play a 3-time world champion.
You betcha, and it's our honor to cover John Part. Always a thrill to see him on camera in a CDC event, and to be behind the microphone, I know, was a thrill for everyone here on the staff. And
that's a 180
fills
by
it up.
Adam Savada. He is smoking hot right now.
So quickly, let's before. Sorry, Nils. Go ahead, and then I want to do the tournament roundup. Go ahead, give us a thought.
Sure. I was in between matches watching, the John Part match on Dart Connect, and he's starting to come back into form. Some of the form that we were accustomed to see from him, not necessarily on this particular leg, but I was watching, and you could see him starting to get back into that killer instinct mode in that last match.
Look, it's Savada.
Man,
is that in?
Another tongueless check out. Yeah. Oh, it was just inside.
Just inside the wire.
Wow,
yeah,
that would have been a huge checkout right there.
Oh, you betcha. So 2 4s, and 2 4s do go in for Adam Savada to open us up. Big scoring there, as we've become accustomed to Adam's scoring power. We didn't see that just in this last match from Adam. Took struggled a little against Pope, but got the job done 5-2. But I mean, this is more like the 2024 Savada that we've seen all season long.
Yeah, he was having a bit of double trouble there against Pope. And to Pope's credit, that was the best match that I've seen Pope throw as well. So he was staying right in Savada's hip pocket. Are we getting another 1080? Nope. Went downstairs for the 177. Got a 139
back to
out
back.
of it.
Yep, back-to-back 139s. So from a tournament perspective, this is the last 16 match, and the winner will advance to take on Jacob Womack in the quarterfinals. Okay, the winner, and then that quarterfinal will move on into the semis to take on Alex Spellman. Spellman's sitting there already. Leonard Gates is into the semis. He's going to take on the winner of Stowe and Long, Stowe Buntz and Jim Long, and that match is currently tied at 2. Okay, so starting to get to the place where you can count on one hand the amount of amazing players still in contention for the Cosmo Darts Championship. So down at the bottom of the bracket, Buntz, Long, Gates, those are your 3. Up top, Spellman, Womack, Part, Savada.
Yeah, Savada had just a missed dart there under the 15, cleaned it up, got himself to 8, up to the 4s. Now he's starting to chase again. Yeah, he's just right on the wire of those shots. Again, this is the problem he had against Edward Pope. Opens the door up for Part double 11. That was Part's opportunity to break back and keep that from a hold. Madhouse for Savada. That's a great marker right there for Savada. There it is. Yeah, so the
Uses
last
it,
time
right?
he had, yeah, that was it. Last time he had Madhouse, he kept coming underneath of it. That time he put that dart right on top where he needed it.
That's a 180 for Darth Maple.
And here comes Savada. He's not going to let him get too far away. Only a ton, but keeps him in check. Keeps Darth Maple right there. Oh, that opened the door. That's 235 scored in 2 rounds. This is just a simple ton. Keeps him right there on top of John Part. A little bit of a slack round there for Adam Savada. So John Part's still in control of this leg. Great use of the 19, 134. Anytime you can get to a checkout within 9 darts is fantastic.
I mean, that's the goal, right? In 5 scoring wedges in those first 3 turns, I think gets you into that high out spot.
Yeah, and on top of that, you know, with Savada being back, he does not have to use the bull route to go after that 132. So it just sets it up for a nice clean kill on the 32. And this is what I was talking about just prior in that last match. You saw John Part kind of work his way into the match, and then all of a sudden he starts throwing fire like he's known to do. Does need to get that break back from Savada. Yeah, Adam's not having any of it though. Opens up with a ton 40. He's got such a clean shot. Like that dart lands flat where he can overstack and understack every time. Here comes Part. And that's a 180 from John Part. He's starting to heat up again.
Second 180, getting hot. Yeah, take us.
Yeah, got to get a triple.
Take
there.
us on the
Yeah.
call. Take us on the call, Nils. Just for a moment, I'm working out the next matches with the tournament staff.
So here's Part's opportunity to steal throw here. Oh, only a 44 scored though. Does not quite get to an out, so Adam Savada is still in control of this leg. Little disappointed with only a ton there, but does leave Shanghai out. We got we're a little bit lag on the dart connect on this leg. Huge 165 for John Part, leave himself 16. This is a must go here for Adam Savada. Does not want to let Part come back in. Oh, slip dart into the 1. John Part coming back with 3 darts in hand to level this up and regain advantage of throw. There it is. Yeah, just like clockwork. So John Part levels this back up and gets his advantage of throw back.
So out on the floor, let's check in on Stowe Buntz just ahead of Jim Long 4-3 as they clash in the quarters. So we're trying to figure out from a bracket standpoint what's the best road to go. Whether we might be a case of
there's
bringing
another
you
ton
both
80.
semifinals.
Yeah, we're having a little issue with the Dart Connect at this point.
140.
There we go. That's the magic of our producer in the behind the scenes there.
60.
John Part utilizing those 19s brilliantly at this stage of the
95.
match. 95 score leaves himself big fish.
We like going fishing. Big fish, medium fish.
180.
And the second
That's
ton
a
80.
180.
It's the second one in this leg for Savada. Oh, man.
105.
I was so looking forward to that. All right, Adam Savada, 81 left here to break throw again. 12.
12.
Shot in the fifth leg, Adam Savada.
This has been a break fest right here.
Sixth leg, Adam to throw first.
Adam Savada taking a 3-2 lead, breaking throw again. Has advantage of throw again from John Part.
134.
99 average, plays a 102 average in this match so far. It's fantastic darts.
93.
Great standard from the boys. See Savada back on course and a completely resurgent John Part.
Yeah, he's really utilizing the full board. He just went
96.
after that 18 on his third dart to get 93. And again, just straight back to the 19s, utilizing the entire board, keeping an open bed for scoring.
97.
It's a chance for John to get down to an out and take that first opportunity. Oh, he needed that triple right there.
58.
So Savada
Yeah, he was
has
ultimately
advantage of
like
throw
looking
here.
for the 1-3-4.
Yeah, get him to the out. But Savada now with full advantage here. 19s for 84 scored. Got a clean ton checkout opportunity. I feel a ton 80 coming here. Oh, just underneath it.
100.
Ton sets him up for a single triple out though.
Two chances for
shots at this
Savada
point.
at
Shot in the
tops.
sixth leg, Adam Savada.
There it is.
Yep.
Just
Adam
brilliant
Savada
darts
takes
being
out 100 to move
And
ahead
that secures
4-2.
and that secures that break. So both of them have been breaking back and forth,
99.
but Savada right there was able to secure the break with that throw.
$56.
He sure does like those 18s, doesn't he, Savada?
Yep. Another sort of I guess Priestley used to like them too, but that another like modern, component of the toolbox is the utilizing those 18s a lot more.
45.
Yeah, we're seeing like on the PDC tour, we're seeing Daryl Gurney do that a lot, and to some effect, I think that he's a little bit off. I'd like to see him go back to where
60.
he was at, but he utilizes the 18s similar to what Savada's doing here. Part's up to 154 point lead here, so Adam's
45.
got to get a triple to close that down. Does not manage to do that. So Part just needs to, stay steady on the triple, get a ton plus every round here, and he'll be able to take this leg pretty easily.
And a big ton 40 at that. And you could tell he was trying to do just that. Even a 100 was going to be satisfying, but the 140 all the better. And a 106 for Part to hold his throw in leg 7.
Yeah, and with Savada being at 357, it gives him 6 darts for a checkout on 106. Just set it up nicely. Very nice darts.
So 2 18s for John Part to take leg 7 in what's become an absolutely what I missed there.
Yeah, there was a scoring error.
Oh, they adjusted the score. Pardon me. Thank you.
Yeah, it just busted that. Savada's not on and out, so just go ahead and bust it out. Give himself another shot. I'm not sure what's going on with the scoring here.
All right, I think we're back on.
Yeah.
So Savada looking for a 140, just on the wrong side of the wire on that second dart. So John Part, now let's get a proper reset, double 10 to take leg number 7 on throw. And boy, this has really turned into a compelling match.
Yeah, but that hold a throw that Savada had in the prior leg has really set the table for him in this match. All he has to do is stay solid all the way through. And Part's job right now is to pop in a couple triples.
60.
Trebleless rounds for both in that first go round. You can kind of feel the tension coming out of both of these players at this stage of the match, though. Just it seems like one of those matches that's going to come down to who's going to have that stellar run of 2 or 3 legs, or 2 or 3 rounds, just to break
85.
it open.
Just to put that gas pedal down and put the distance, but there's nothing in the averages. Parts looking back for that break, but it's, as you said, when things are on pretty much on par, it ramps up that tension, pushes them to both sort of play just that much better, but they know what's at stake. One little error is a big opening.
Yeah, and our Dart Connect is just lagging behind here
58.
by about a round. Yeah, it just caught up real quick. So with Savada sitting at 133, a 1040 here would be huge for Part.
85, 88.
Takes the bullseye route, leave 110. Or excuse me, 100.
57.
So Part with a chance at 100 to break Adams' throw, 2 at tops. He only needs 1. A beautiful looking 100 there to tie us up at 4 legs apiece. And Johnny Part strides back to the Aki.
So now we reset at 4 legs apiece with Part having throw again. And it seems like every time they break throw, they come back and they have a troubleless round like that. And now Savada's just right on top of it.
121.
81 doesn't hurt too bad, but that 121 is a devastating shot.
96.
Got to stay steady on that treble.
82.
That's a great third dart by Savada. Pulls in the 82.
$140.
And just when you think Part is kind of missing his mark, pulls out a 140. Piles of pressure back on Savada to hit this and
140.
straight in. Oh, beautiful darts. 140 scored. So Savada's going to get a chance here, that first crack at breaking back.
$96.
It's a great third dart there from Part to get it down to a manageable finish. And all Savada can do is set this up.
134.
So 111 for John Part in a decisive leg 9. What a last dart for Savada.
Oh, that's crippling right there. Triple one. Single 19
51
leaves
left.
the 16s. Yep.
79. Game shot in the 9th leg. Adam
There's the
Savada.
kill shot for Adam.
12 goes in for
Leg on
Savada.
first.
And could that have been John Part's opportunity? Like, has the opportunity's gone? Let's see. He needs a break. He must break,
140.
or else Savada is into your quarterfinals, the last piece of the puzzle. And don't go anywhere. We've got some exciting stuff coming for you. So let's see. Is there another scoring issue? What did John pull back on?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
So great
125.
news.
a
We're
great
not going.
reset, though.
That's a fantastic reset. What a good opening here to leg number 10.
55.
Don't go anywhere. Coming down the home stretch. We're moving into the semis, and we are not going to go anywhere. No commercial break. We're going to go right in from this match to get Leonard Gates and Jim Long in the first semifinal on our feature board. Let Savada or Part go out on the floor and play Jake Womack, and then the winner of that will come back to us and face Spellman. So bonus, we are going to have 2 semifinals here on the feature board.
$85.
Yeah, that last round by Savada just a little bit off, opened the door for Part to take advantage of throw again. So Savada's going to have to get this 95 plus.
133.
That was huge right there.
Does
133.
does just that. Yep. So what kind of pressure can John put on that 132, right? Make it whether Adam has to go the 19 possible bull route, or does he have more room to
99.
work
Yeah.
with? And is that third dart
that
even
treble-
in?
That third
99.
dart
Good
was
one. Good one
decisive.
from John. So
Oh,
there
and
you
a
go.
Champagne shot. Yeah, went for that champagne shot, just missed the second bullseye. So Part 108 has got to take this.
Now he had 108. He changed his route. That's 40.
Oh, I think that's in the 7.
Eight.
Yeah. Very unfortunate
88.
lay of that dart. Yep. Savada to take this match.
Game shot in the match.
And there it is.
Adam Savada puts it in with the second dart, makes a small adjustment, and Adam Savada advances, takes this group that we've been following all morning and afternoon, and Savada will face Jake Womack in the last remaining quarterfinal in the tournament. So Savada Womack moves out to the tournament floor. The winner of that will advance to take on Spellman, and that'll be showcased in our second semifinal. But first, we're going to get a semifinal. Leonard Gates, the number 2 seed, versus the number 6 seed in Jim Long. Right? Did I not tell you you would be rewarded for your patience and dedication, right? We don't normally only show you one semifinal, but no, you're going to get two semifinals coming up, all right? We want to stay here. Let's get Nils's take on things, and I'm going to check with production. We're hoping to have the players right into the board there. So Nils, give the folks some perspective if you've got any interesting nuggets. And
Yeah, well, so the Savada match there, I kind of expected him to throw all of the bombs he had at Part, but Part just kept, he was like a little gnat. He didn't want to go away. Just kept launching another break a throw right back after Savada did. But going into these quarterfinals, the matchup that is intriguing is the Jim Long Gates matchup, because Jim Long has had a tough road all the way through his bracket, and he just took out Stowe Buntz with a 6-4 win. So he's going to be facing Leonard Gates coming up. And after that, I expect to see I was hoping to see the Jacob Womack Savada match, but getting a second semifinal match is well worth the time.
Without a doubt. And Savada is just coming off 2 matches on that feature board. So since there's another match available, it's only right to pull him off there and then replace him. And as you said, the bonus. Now, I don't want to break anything, and I don't want to surprise him if he's still taking a break, but I can see his lovely face right there in the middle of my screen. Will, can you come on with us if you unmute? Yeah, well, I figured the way it sort of sets us, you're both going to sit with me for each semifinal. We've got 5 players left. You got Savada Womack going into Spellman, Gates Long. So you can, give us, great way to sort of give us your take on the semis and who's left and things like that. Let both of my great color boys give us some insight.
Well, we're queued in for potentially an epic semifinal, to be honest. I mean, you got Jim Long, Leonard Gates. Jim Long right now is throwing a hefty 87.30. How about a whopping 96 first nines? Got 4 180s on the day as well. And Leonard just doing Leonard things. He's Lenny. Let's just be honest, looking for title number 11 here in his CDC run. Who knows?
Appreciate it. See, I knew Will was going to bring us with some nice nuggets and stuff that I just wouldn't have come across. So, thank you so much. Any other thoughts before we go into this match? Either guy.
I don't know. You got the gentleman taking on the soldier. It's anybody's match. I'll give a little analyst point just because I'll be that guy just for one time. I got Jim Long, the gentleman, best in Lenny here. We'll see.
All right. So we've got a great setup, folks. As I said, I do really sincerely mean it. Stay with us. We had some hiccups, but look at where we are now, right? The patience pays off. We're going into 2 semifinals. I get the privilege of being on with both of these gentlemen. So first up is Leonard Gates and Jim Long, me and Nils Nelson, and then we move on for Alex Spellman taking on the winner of Savada Womack with Will Stewart. So, what a lovely place to be. 5 amazing players. One of them is going to be a worthy champion. Now, let's roll into the semifinals of the Cosmo Darts Championship. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. The action is live from Niagara Falls, New York. This is event number 9 on the road to the Continental Cup. And they're going to shoot the bull here, establish the winner. So this is event number 9 out of 14 this year on the road to the Continental Cup, October 18th and 19th in Philadelphia. Top 16 after those 14 events will qualify. So tickets hopefully will be on sale soon. And, of course, we'll have a full broadcast. So That's always an amazing event to see 16 of the best North American players competing, all seeded 1 to 16. And we've got our bull shot established. The players get another 9 just to kind of reset, and then we'll be underway.
Yeah, so I'm looking here at the head-to-head match between these two players, and they've played 5 times. Like, that seems odd to me that these two players have only played 5 times. And the most recent one was in 2023 in Cambridge. And prior to that, it was 2017, 2018 that they played twice. That seems like an anomaly to me, as good as these two players are, that they've only played 5 times.
I think we've seen that with a few of these players. I'm sure a few components go into it. It's where they've been seated, where they lay into the bracket, and it also goes to depth of field, right? That there's so many other players that they have to tussle with that it's on a rare occasion that you get those specific matchups that repeat themselves. So here we go, underway.
Gates holds the lead 3-2. Yeah, 3-2. So I'm on the Will Stewart bandwagon here. I'm going Jim Long on this, and I think it's great that he went out on a limb to say that. I think that Jim Long, he's one of those players that he's got a lot of mettle. He doesn't get rattled too easily. He just goes about the business of playing darts.
And we saw Jim Long take the A to Z Darts Trophy. That was the prior weekend, event number 6. So he's got a title this season. And Leonard Gates has won twice so far. The Cosmo Darts Classic to open up the year. And the last event that we played, the Dart Connect Challenge. So Gates has got 2 wins and 10 overall in history. I think Jim is at 5. So no strangers to the winner's circle. Actually, all 5 players that we've got left in the event, Savada, Womack, Spellman, Gates, and Long, are all CDC circuit champions.
Yeah, Jim Long's throw is so smooth. The way it releases from his hand, it goes straight to the board, has a nice lie down to it. And Gates is a little bit, he's trying to find his rhythm here, just a little bit off of that treble. And Jim's got an opportunity here to take advantage of that. Get that break a throw out right away.
Yeah, I had the privilege of having Jim sit in with me in the latest episode just this past week of Shooting the Bull. Keep an eye out for that. It's the official podcast of the CDC. We'll have our next episode in September, and we'll sort of analyze what went on this weekend, looking in the future. But we asked Jim about that, about his, because he's been known for that, for his demeanor, his like you talked about, a real straight and steady throw, and additionally his seemingly unflappable nature. And he just talked about not putting too much pressure on himself. 2 on the floor for Gates.
Brutal. Oh, that was rough.
52.
So Jim has
12 for top. Yep. No, 32. 32 yep, it is for Jim Long to open up, breaks Leonard Gates out of the gate, if you will. And this is now moved up to a first to 7 nils, just to set the table for everybody. Where now semifinals will be first to 7, best to 13.
Yeah, those 2 darts dropping out right there changed the scope of that pressure too. So Gates is going to have to drop some bombs here to get back into this and kind of reestablish his throw. I don't think Jim Long's going to have any of it at this point. Oh, only 89 scored though. One ton at a time. That's all it takes, right?
Doesn't it sound so simple?
Yeah, it's just so simple. All you have to do is hit 1 ton at a time. And that's actually the case right here with Jim. He had a little bit of a slack round, but if he can just continue to put that 1 ton at a time, he can hold his throw and secure that break. That opens the door up for Leonard a little bit. And here he comes. 121 for Leonard Gates. Just like that, Leonard's going to get first crack at the out.
Of course. That's Leonard Gates doing Leonard Gates things.
Exactly.
And we know
Down
a 1-4-2, a 1-4-2, no matter what route he takes, is always doable for Leonard Gates, but not with a 5. So we'll see what Jim Long with 97 should compel Jim to go 18s.
Leonard taking a little peek. Double 7 here. Oh, beautiful check out from Jim Long. 122 the hard way.
Two triples go in for Jim, right? Transition fully across to the bottom of the board, and Jim Long opens up an early 2-0 lead over Leonard Gates.
And very important because that secures that break a throw from the beginning.
And now we'll step up. We'll zoom out the camera a little bit and take an even broader perspective. With David Cameron getting knocked out at the last 64 stage, that what's the term? Provisionally puts Gates in as the number 1 ranked player on the 24 list, right? So Gates has got places to go, but you've also got Jim Long coming into the weekend ranked 4th with 48 points, but most notably second behind Cameron, 72. Now, definitely some work to be done there, but that's a race for a Canadian World Championship spot, right? So, you see Jim Long raising the trophy today with Cameron's first round exit. That starts to change some mathematical equations.
Yeah, so can you go into that so we can make sure that everybody understands that there's 2 positions here available for World Championship, correct?
Yeah, there's the player at the top of the rankings that's from Canada, player at the top, the top ranked Canadian, let's say, the top ranked United States player, and then there's a third spot that will go to the next ranked player. So let's say just coming into this weekend, if it was finalized, David Cameron's at first from Canada, he goes for Canada. Leonard Gates second for USA, he goes USA. Stowe Buntz is in the third position. It doesn't matter what nation he's from, he gets that third next highest ranked player spot. So that's the way it would work. So it would work in a weird way let's say if the top 2 were from the same nation. No, could you even? No, I guess it would always be locked into the top 3. Yeah, it's always going to be locked into top. No, it wouldn't be locked into top 3 if those players had Yeah, all right. Sorry for confusing everybody. I'm confusing myself. Let's say the first 3 players were all from the United States. That player that's in 4th from Canada would actually go. You'd get number 1 US. The player in 2nd would get the bonus spot, and then the Canadian would fall down to 4th. So it's not automatic top 3. It is how the nations kind of break down in that.
Right. Okay.
Sorry
so
for
that
going
makes
into
more sense.
Sorry for going into the weeds on that. That's the way my brain works.
The weeds were fine. That gives us a much better explanation why we have 3 players going. So you have a Canadian, a U.S. player representing nations, and then the third player is the number 1 rank after that. So if
correct,
the top 2 players are U.S., both of those players go, and then it would be the top rated Canadian. So that was a great explanation, Anthony.
Yeah, and that's a bonus spot from the North American Championship since Matt Campbell won, and Matt Campbell by PDC rule is ineligible to earn a World Championship spot via an affiliate tour. It goes back to the CDC. So let's get back to the darts at hand. He's not even
Gates
in my
just
ear,
missed
but I
an
can hear L. David Ireet screaming at me that
Yeah, yeah.
we're watching the doubles. We're getting down to the doubles. Pay attention. And doubles it is for Jim Long, up 3-1.
Yeah, sorry to
Here
throw you
in
in the
our
weeds
first
like that,
semi.
but I was curious. I really wanted an explanation so that I understood it. And if I can understand it, I know the audience can understand it.
Let's hope, my friend. Let's hope. All right, darts.
Yeah, so Leonard just missed an opportunity to break back and level this up again. So now we're back to 3-1 with Jim Long having advantage of throw.
Let's take a look out on the tournament floor, see if they're underway. Yep, Savada and Womack underway in a quarterfinal. Savada is up 2-0. So getting out to an early lead is Savada, and that is a 1-6. Okay. So the winner of Savada Womack will be here on our feature board to take on Spellman in semifinal number 2.
Now, that was an excellent 140 there to back up Jim Long's 140 by Gates. Just keeping in touch with Gates at this point, keeping the pressure right there on him. That was an interesting route there. 97 scored, 104 left. Leaves a single to, or a triple to a single to a double out. It's got to get in that treble. Does leave himself an out with a 164, but Gates is definitely going the 16th routes up to the tops. Oh, just under the wire. That's the Gerwin Price route.
Big ask for a big but doable ask of Jim Long. Looks like he's going 19s. So Gates will come back for that double 10.
Yeah, Shanghai is very doable if Gates doesn't take this out. There it is.
Now it's weird, some matches sometimes have different feels versus what the numbers say. It feels to me, before I glanced at the averages, that the averages were much higher. It feels like they're scoring at a much bigger pace to get those averages up. So I'm curious what maybe their doubles percentage is to be affecting those averages. But it sort of feels like they're playing at a 90, 92-ish average, if you will, just a little bit more.
Well, so yeah, the doubles are a little bit lacking. I don't think it's too far off, but what I've seen so far is that they'll score a big round and then they'll come back and they'll have a trebleless round. And the trebleless round is more like a 43, right? So it's right on the precipice of being a ton, but just a little bit off. And I think that is what's actually bringing these averages down, because you're right. It feels like a 90-point average match, but when you look at the averages, it doesn't show that. And here's an example right here. There's a ton to push it forward, and you see the averages climb as soon as he does that. And here comes Gates. And there it is.
He fills it up, and that's always an average helper, and that's a 180 for Soldier. Leonard Gates.
And as important as that is, he gets that first shot at the out. And then there comes Jim Long with a nice 105 to set him up for a single triple to a double out. And it's amazing how that bullseye right there changed the look of the Gates's 153.
Yep. And Long's now efforts, like that's Barney right there. That was, Barney's philosophy of taking that 1 and changing it to a 6 on looking at double 18. Oh, is he
I
in the
can't tell if
double
that's him.
4 bed?
Yeah. Got a single 18 out of that. Opens the door up
No, I
for
think-
Gates to
I think-
level this up.
No, they scored. I think they scored a 78. Wasn't that a 68? Oh, it must have been a single
No,
18. My
it was single
apologies.
18. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
9s for the win. Great marker dart for Jim. Just clips the flight and drops it down. So Gates again has an opportunity to break back. And there's the
He
break.
does. Double
Now we're back
16
on
for
level.
Leonard Gates. All level, 3-3, back on throw. We move into leg 7 here at the Cosmo Darts Championship, event number 9, part of weekend 4.
See if Gates can put on the pressure here. Ton 40 would be massive on this shot. There it is, ton 40. That's a massive shot right there. That forces Jim into a ton 40, ton 80 just to get back into the leg. Yeah, the ton is great, but in that position, it does not help. It
Yep,
kind
now
of gives
Gates is gonna
Gates
Yeah, some sort of freedom there, right? Especially with that first
Right.
dart triple. You know, he's now just keep them straight, and you're at a double, and he adds even that extra pinch to it. So 121 after 9.
Yeah, just that little bit of freedom sometimes just changes an entire match, puts it on its head. Lays up for the double 16. Jim's not at an out, so he's not under any pressure with that. Going to get a minimum 6 darts here.
And
There it
And
is.
there you go. Yeah, and I think their doubling is pretty on par. I think Jim is about 3 for 10, and Gates is about 4 for 11.
Yeah, it was just the early rounds they had, like they'd have a ton and then they'd go 55, 43, you know, and then they'd have to ton 40 just to bring it back up. But now we're seeing the fireworks come out.
Oh, we always know they're there. I mean, the fuse is always sitting right out in the open, ready to get lit.
Yeah, there's a huge opening for Jim. That 45 scored there. Now this is the same situation that Gates was in the last leg. That opens the door, makes it easier to throw these darts. Doesn't execute on the treble, but he still has a ton 40 plus lead. Yeah. That keeps Jim in that pocket right there where he's nice and free flowing. Trip 16 or trip 20? Stays there.
That's
for
a 180
180
for the gentleman, Jim Long.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing the same script reversed on this leg that we did in the last leg. And boom, just like that.
First dart for Jim Long. We are square again, 4 legs apiece, as this match just gets better and better.
Yeah, this just turned to a best of 5 match.
You didn't see that in the fine print. All right, we get 8 practice legs. Everybody get nice and warmed up, and then we're going to go, boom, starting gun, best of 5.
Well, that's kind of what it felt like. You know what I mean? Like it felt like more of a best of 7 because they started picking up the pace right around the 4th leg. Gotta get this treble in.
And he does.
Great switch.
But Nils, that's what makes these guys them, right? That's what the such cream of the crop that makes it into the quarterfinals of these events. It's because they've got the ability to make those shots when the pressure mounts and the moment calls for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And when I'm back home, which I am right now, I try to show players the way that these matches are played, that importance of knowing when to get that shot. Like that 140 right there is brilliant. Leaves them on 36 after 12 darts.
Utterly brilliant. Back-to-back 140s, puts them on a double 18 after just 12 darts. Second dart goes in for a 14 dart hold of throw, and we move into leg number 10.
Oh, fantastic third dart there from Jim. So I'm always fascinated when a player is off throw to see how they throw and how they can put the pressure on their opponent. And sometimes like Gates just hitting a ton right there. Well, that keeps that pressure on Jim. He's got to get this leg in. He can't lose this leg and let Gates be one away from the victory.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, ultimately Jim has the advantage, but early on that ton nullifies Jim's ton. So it's like, all right, back to me, back to you. Like now you've got to keep setting the pace, or it gives me the opportunity to step in. And Jim's doing just that. Gates is nullifying it, but Jim's staying out front until that turn. There's your trebleless visit. And now
in one triple,
we're playing ping pong, right? Now it's in Gates's court to take advantage of that 55, and he doesn't with the 58. So now it's back to Jim's control.
Yeah, and it comes down to one treble. Here changes the scope of the entire match, and two triples certainly does.
Yep, right. And there's a massive. So now a ton doesn't work for Gates. He's got to match the 140. And the 135 suffices. Yeah.
And that I love that
52.
shot on 66.
Tops.
Oh, he pulled that. You see his wrist come down?
Mm-hmm.
64 left. Fat 14.
Shot. Yep, shot's got to be 14s. Bullseye for Gates. So here we are again with a chance to be tied up. Jim Long looks at double 10. Two fives.
Oh.
And Leonard Gates gets a chance to go 2 legs ahead in this semifinal.
Yeah,
and he pegs the double 8.
Scenario.
And Leonard Gates breaks Jim Long in leg number 10, up 6-4, comes to the Aki with the opportunity to make the event number 9 final. Gates coming through event number 8, the Dark Connect Challenge, as your champion. So, in a sense, he's the current, he's the reigning champion. He's the last one with a trophy, so he can put himself back into a final.
And not to mention, put some separation on the standings.
And I was just going to go there. I looked up. We just talked about that with Cameron. And even though they're from separate nations and we talked about the World Championship thing, we did not talk about the player this year for the first time who finishes number 1 overall gets an automatic opportunity to enter into the PDC Q School Stage 2, which is a massive chance.
Oh,
And
that's right.
I would
remember seeing that.
imagine both Gates and Cameron would take advantage of that. So you don't have to play that first phase. You're straight into phase 2. So big stuff to play for, Nils Nelson.
Yeah, and that is a fantastic twist that came out with this upcoming Q school. I think that gives advantages to like uh, uh, North America, China, Australia, those kind of places that already have this going. That gives them a huge advantage for that. Because there's quality players across North America. 64 here for Gates.
Double 16. So Jim Long gets an opportunity after a setup with the 140 of a 101 checkout. Going upstairs,
Ray
41 left. He's looking for the 9. He hits the 14.
Into the 14. All that hard work. No, this is where you don't
77,
want to be
24.
hoping for a miss.
Nothing Jim can do but stand there at the ready. Keep in mind you may get a look, but he doesn't. First dart for Leonard Gates advances into the event number 9, the Cosmo Darts Championship, with a 7-4 win over Jim Long.
Yeah, that was just a back and forth until about leg 8 or leg 9, and then all of a sudden Gates kind of took command of the match, putting up some bigger numbers and climbing that average up. Put Jim on his back foot and made sure there was pressure on him the entire time. I kind of feel like Gates has he knows he has a little more to play for, and he's kind of pushing himself forward to get to that finals, win another title here in the CDC, and secure those points for himself.
All right, folks, an update from the floor. The quarterfinal is Adam Savada 5-4 ahead of Jacob Womack. All right, so the winner of that quarterfinal will come onto our feature board and play Alex Spellman. So we just saw Leonard Gates books his spot. Who is he going to play? Is it going to be Spellman? Is it going to be Womack? Is it going to be Savada? We're going to take a little bit of a break. We'll say adieu to Nils Nelson for the moment. He'll be back for our final. Myself and Will Stewart will bring you semifinal 2 in just a few moments when we bring you more from the Cosmo Darts Championship.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today.
Won't you take me for a ride? I will love the feeling of the wind in my hair while it's beating. On the highway down by the sea, we go on and on and on. Listen to us tears go by in the very first sunlight. And we know it has just started. On and on and on. When you close your eyes, do you feel alive? You know I'm going crazy for you tonight. The sun is around the corner.
Hitcore is the streaming entertainment alternative. Live concerts and comedy? Hitcore has it. Premium high-def audio and video? Hitcore has it. A customizable entertainment experience? Hitcore has that as well. No app? No problem. Set up an account. Decide what you want to watch, buy it, then press play. It's that easy. Hitcore is live and on demand 24/7. Hitcore, where every live event becomes your experience.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at azdarts today.
Won't you take me for a ride? I love the feeling of the wind in my hair while it's beating. On the highway down by the sea, we go on and on and on. Listen to us tears go by in the very first summer night, and we know it has just started. On and on and on. When you close your eyes, do you feel alive? You know I'm going crazy for you tonight.
Coverage live from Niagara Falls, New York. Event number 9 on the 2024 Championship Darts Circuit. The road to the Continental Cup Tour Finals Championship, October 18th and 19th in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Hello, my name is Anthony Eugenia, and I am going to be joined for this next semifinal by one William Stewart. Hello, sir.
Yes, excited for this semifinal. And boy, should it be a doozy of one. The averages are incredible. They're incredible, Anthony. Let me tell you.
What do you got? You got anything in front of you?
I got it.
What do we got?
Here's what
You
we
mean-
got. Alex.
Yeah, please
Alex
lay it
Spellman
on me.
Alex Spellman right now averaging a 90.40. That is first overall in averages, where Adam Savada is currently at an 88.75. Now, first 9 averages 100.10 for Spellman and 96.63 for Adam Savada. Yeah. Incredible stuff.
Oh, that's just awesome. And yeah, man, now you got Spellman Savada with the right to face Leonard Gates. Like, it just gets juicier and juicier. We saw a really good the first semifinal, Gates going past Jim Long, 7-4. They both scored well. Some decent
140.
finishing. So Gates in pretty good form, but these two guys have been pretty good. Savada's had a great summer. Kept it up this year. We saw him pretty much keep it up this year. He had one little dip today, but it's kept up. And then we talked about Spellman, you and I, about having a tough summer from a now Spellman standard. But today looks like he's right in that ship.
100.
It certainly does look like it. But overall, this quarterfinal into semifinal, massive replications that could happen in the future. So just to lay this on out, the last
100.
match, Adam Savada besting Jacob Womack. That was a 6-5 affair. But the big deal there is Adam Savada is currently ranked in the
60.
position on standing wise, I believe in that ninth position. Jacob Womack was right above him in 8th by a point. By 1 point.
Yes.
Who's in front of them?
Yes. And they just played
Alex
each other.
49.
Yes.
Yep.
So
And
many
Alex
different
Spellman-
storylines.
Alex Spellman right above them in 7th. So really some big replications there of what could happen down the road. And to mention some other mentionables, Jim
130.
Long at 48. He's in that 4th position, and that is one that just went out in the semifinal stages. So a opportunity to swap some spots here come the end of the weekend.
Storylines abound and tons, as you said, to watch as we've got 2 more events this weekend. And this one here, 58 remaining for Savada to open up the second semifinal. Puts in tops, takes 71 points off the board, and Savada holds throw.
Yeah, big round there for Savada. He's going to be wanting this
91.
match to face a weekend number 3 champion in Leonard Gates, besting another weekend 3 champion in Jim Long to end up in that final spot.
99.
We are rich with CDC champions at the end of this event. So Leonard Gates in the
85.
final. The winner here moves on to the Cosmo Darts Championship final. Later on this evening, we have the CDC Bash at the Border. And I want to get
80.
the tournament director. I saw this message come through. So the event number 9 we're going a little late. We had some technical difficulties early on. So we're going to push back the
100.
start of tonight's CDC Bash at the Border to 5:30 p.m. Eastern time. But tonight, 5:30 p.m. in Niagara Falls, event number 10, CDC Bash at the Border. So stay tuned, and
95.
we've got another great evening of darts. Get a little meal in, and we've got more darts to play.
And like we said, it's cued in for an epic final with Leonard being a part of it and one of these two.
44.
Looking forward to see how this semifinal lines up. As right now, Savada up 1-0 with an opportunity to steal the first look at a checkout.
100.
was wondering if he may make the move to the 17s there, but opts just hang in.
116.
116.
Yeah, great
Beautiful.
utilization of the bowl.
Boardsmanship. Yeah. From
We're seeing
Spellman.
that more and more.
The game's just really developed in a crazy good way of
55.
really players learning the board, learning these ways to go that are used to be untraditional, but they just make so much sense mathematically.
25.
Oh,
And that's the
over
thing is,
wire.
a lot of these players will go to events and overseas, and they'll learn these techniques and routes of going, things that really make sense, and you start to see them use it. Tops for Savada.
52.
That's a brilliant point. We'll come back to that in the next leg.
I was thinking he was going to be able to utilize that one. Now down to double 10 and inside there, and he's disgusted with it. You can see.
So the opportunity goes back to Savada.
Game shot.
2 10s for Savada goes in to break Spellman. Early doors, as they say, in this second semifinal. But Will, you're exactly right. Great perception on the more players that get a chance to go overseas, which we're happy
92.
about as time goes on. More players get a chance to go to these different PDC events and Q schools, and more conversations are had there. The experience of just being in the room, being on the practice boards and being side by side and
70.
rotating with players, you speak about the game, and that happens at every level. And it's another reason, for these players to go overseas, and it's a reason for players in North America to come out and play CDC events, right?
58.
During a practice session, you're going to be next to Larry Butler and Jim Long and Alex Spellman and having those conversations to learn.
It's the trickle down effect. I mean, you saw, I'll say it, Danny Baggish went over there and
96.
started really utilizing the bull when he came back. And people in the CDC and other tournaments started looking at that and started noticing that those techniques and those routes, and it pays off. And there we go.
That's a
What is that?
180 for the Reaper.
That's number 8 on the day for Adam. Number 8.
59.
That's impressive. Number 8 takes him to
57.
46 on the year. We could see number 50 from him in this event, to be quite frank.
140.
Yeah, we'll give our stats team seems to want a lot of work. We'll ask them at some point to sort of dig around and get, leading 180 scorers for events and full seasons and
94.
all time and all that good stuff. Maybe we'll give them some homework before the next weekend.
I love it. Well, Savada misses the 114, and unfortunately, Spellman can't capitalize with his first dart, so it'll go
96.
back to Savada for the 3-0 advantage in this first to 7-leg semifinal.
Game shot.
And he pegs it. First dart, 3-0. Adam Savada. Oh, I want you to, if you've got the
60.
opportunity, do you have our little player database available in front of you?
The head-to-head?
If not, I'll the head-to-head.
140.
Can make that available hopefully fairly quickly.
The only reason I ask is that just in our last semifinal, when I sat with Nils Nelson to do it, he was surprised that
47.
Long and Gates hadn't played a lot of matches. I'm giving, it's almost like I'm in a court. I'm giving you a question that I kind of know the answer to. That Savada and Spellman,
95.
weirdly enough, have played a lot this season, just in this season. I think at least 3
Really?
times. Yeah, so it's sort of a burgeoning rivalry in a compact amount of time. And if I'm not mistaken, in 24,
134.
Savada's got Spellman 2-1. And I'm just curious if they had played even, any more matches than that.
Well, I got it pulled up now. We're going to go ahead and check.
136.
Yeah, they got 3 matches on the year. Once in 2021 at event number 5 in Philadelphia. That was won by Alex Spellman over Savada. But yeah, it's
60.
2-1. Oh, no, sorry, 2-1 2-1 in favor of Adam Savada, including a 6-0 win in event number 5.
94.
So another chapter in the Savada Spellman.
Another interesting tidbit is both averaging 88
81.
in their head-to-head averages, 89.49 in the overall average. Pretty good.
Well
Game
done.
shot.
And
How
now
about
look
that?
at Savada. Savada up 4-0.
I wouldn't have expected that for
No,
being
sir.
4-0 right off the bat. I would
No,
have
sir.
definitely assumed 2-2, maybe 3-1. As Savada looking for a big one to open us off.
140.
No, you're exactly right. And I was trying to express that in the inflection in my voice that, we talked about it, a more informed Spellman. But no, one wouldn't have
100.
anticipated a 4-0 jump out by Adam Savada.
And look at him go. He is off to the races again
180.
as he pulls off the big one, a 180.
Filling it up again is Adam Savada.
84.
Crazy. He's could potentially get 10 on the event.
100.
He sets up the 81 after 9. Very impressive for Savada, throwing a current
81.
average of 99.62. And if he does this, that'll jump 62 remaining. We'll go for the 10s.
49.
I think Spellman knows in his mind it's just all he can do is hope and pray at this point.
82.
That's a little bit too much to ask, I think.
But
Let's be
Savada
honest.
is just relentless.
16.
Okay, he gives you one here. You got to take this 154, I feel. He's looking at the 19s. Yes, with the first start. Oh,
80. Game shot.
and he cleans
Look
it
at
up.
Adam
A
Savada.
5-0 advantage.
Hold on, tournament staff. Maybe we don't have to start the next event late.
90.
Savada's making up some time.
He certainly is.
You know
and
what?
He kind of went for a walk there to settle himself in for this leg.
Look at him, and boy, what an effective
180.
stroll that was. That's a 180 for the Reaper, the 10th one, if it's not incorrect, from Will Stewart.
That's number 10 on the event.
45.
How many times has that
Boy, oh
happened?
boy. And, in all fairness, I just sort of a quip there now. No one's going to sleep on Alex Spellman. Could Alex Spellman rip off 7 straight legs?
100.
You bet your patootie he could, right? But playing against, Savada, that's, slowly creeping up on 100 average, looking darn tight on the doubles.
60.
It's not likely. Possible, yes. Likely, no.
$135.
Just attack,
just hammer-
attack is Adam Savada right now.
Exactly. I was just saying he's just hammering down on it, making it extremely tough
85.
on Spellman. And what else can you do if you're Alex Spellman?
Game shot.
And Savada pegs the double 8, 86. It's just, it's getting to that point that there's nothing off the table for Adam Savada. Even the
Exactly. I
exchange.
think
Look at the exchange with right. That's the sort of acknowledgement. Just to what you said. What more? Spellman's not being given a chance to breathe. Nonetheless,
95.
hit a double.
He's not producing his A game. Maybe his B- game is what he'll consider it, Spellman. To be honest, but he knows that Spellman's right now is just playing at a
31.
degree that well and above what you're presenting to him, and most of the time, 9 out of 10 times, that player's going to take it. He says, "Just come on, give it to me." How about another? Number 11.
190.
Number 11
For Adam Savada fills it up again. A max.
121.
From Arizona.
Absolutely superb.
43.
That's even
100.
140 here. He only capitalized on a ton. It's just wouldn't be enough. With Savada sitting at 183, just cues in this double of his choosing or setup shot of his choosing. And he'll have 6 from
43.
here.
Yeah, that's what that form and that score line does to you, right? It like you just said, it eases up the route,
140.
the routes you can take and your choices, right? It opens up possibilities for you.
I will say he did kind of give it up a little bit there with the only scoring 43. So this 109 can go here for Spellman, and it would be a great 109 to keep him in this matchup. 9 for tops for Spellman.
69.
And did you see the smirk on his face after hitting the 9? He was anticipating it going. He felt good, but he almost was like, at 6-0, what does it really matter?
44.
And he gets a look back.
He does, and he just kind of, here we go. That's kind of his mindset on it. I felt as he walked to the line. Goes right back up.
Game shot.
Gets it. 6-1. That's the first chop at the tree, okay? Now you just need a couple more swings, and then you've got a little divot to start taking down that bad boy. So we'll see if this is a little spark of life for Alex Spellman here.
140.
He certainly doesn't want to get jumped in the points by Savada here. Now, early stages of the weekend, you still got 2 more events after this one.
98.
But that could be in the back of your mind.
Certainly, you always want to be the rabbit, right? And not being the chaser.
136.
Starting to groove here. 140, followed in by a good 136.
$41.
I will say it is pretty impressive about Savada. He's just calm, cool, collective. I mean, just looking at him on the U.S. Masters stage, that was kind of the feeling in the room is, how does that Savada guy play? How's he going to play up there? Walks up, has a couple unfortunate 60s, but then got into the groove and really held his own, throwing a 90-plus. And that's showing against Rob Cross. So he's such a talented individual. And I can definitely tell you with 100% certainty, he's going to be
90.
fighting it out for a spot at the World Championships as far as rankings in the next 2 years on the CDC circuit.
You're absolutely correct, without a doubt, and I echo your
72.
statement that many people left Madison Square Garden very impressed
Game
with
shot.
Adam Savada. And there's
13
Alex
dart
Spellman
leg.
puts in top. Yep, a good 13 darter to put another little notch on the board. Peg back a little bit and just continue to claw and
60.
scratch back in, right? Waiting for that moment that the green light goes on and Spellman can take off.
7 legs is a heck of a turn, but there's one person you can
58.
kind of think could do it. It'd be this guy, Alex Spellman. So we'll see. Savada just needs to hang in there, throw a couple back-to-back tons here.
60.
Yeah, job number one, and this is his. Let's call it not his first chance, but it might be his first chance since he's got six legs. But to hold his throw,
140.
that's job number one. He's going to have enough opportunities to just simply hold his throw and move into the final.
125.
Gets the scoring back on track a little bit. So now it's up to Spellman to push it, right? We need one more.
57.
95.
Need one more. And attacking those 19s, the smart move there. But almost a little too late feeling, possibly. We'll figure out after this dart.
60.
Okay, still open.
Yep, certainly a 140 puts Alex first through a double.
$82.
Just can't replicate that consistency. That's an Alex Spellman trademark.
Exactly, but it does set up that 164. That is very big.
100.
Attack the 19s here is what he fancies usually. Does go the 19 route. Another one.
$92.
And I'll
say it.
I get
Say
it. Clutch situation. But that is 100% what I hate about that.
Game shot in the match.
From Spellman.
Adam
And
Savada.
Savada takes it out. I mean, 7-2
There you
matchup. I just feel like every dart's not going to be perfect. Yeah, I get being a little upset, especially in that circumstance. But Savada.
What are you focusing on before we go to Savada? You're talking about that pullback from Spellman.
Yeah,
after like the 19 and other times.
There's too many times I just feel, and that's personal. I brought it up before. I just feel like there's certain times in the aspects of a match where he just coaches himself a little bit too much when he just needs to play and let it go. Because those little things can hound on your mind, but he seems to be very good at it. He seems to let things go and coach himself throughout a match, and it's gotten him places. There's no doubt about that. So who am I to judge? Well,
no, but I think it's a real valid point. And, I do agree if there's anybody that's capable of kind of accomplishing that is Alex Spellman, but I will quickly interject. I'll go back to it. We just had Jim Long on the Shooting the Bull podcast, and we talked about that, talking about the evaluation and sort of coaching and training, and that he used the term those 10 seconds between darts is not, that's not the time to do the analysis. It's off the board stuff. It's to your point, in match, let it flow, let that training come out instead of analyzing and coaching in real time. Just let it flow. Let that true player that you have in there roll out through you. So we'll put a cap on that. I want to thank Will for joining me for that semifinal. We're going to see Will again a little later tonight as we open up the CDC Bash at the Border. But first, coming up, we've got the finals. Adam Savada makes his first final since 2021, where he took the title in Philadelphia over Stephen Phillips. Savada will play Leonard Gates, making a second straight final. We saw him win the Dart Connect challenge in Chicago. So coming up in a few minutes, folks, Adam Savada, Leonard Gates, the final of the Cosmo Darts Championship, best of 13 legs, and we'll be right back with the conclusion of the Cosmo Darts Championship. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for the conclusion of the Cosmo Darts Championship, main event number 9 on the 2024 Championship Darts Circuit in Niagara Falls, New York. You're looking at Adam Savada about to take on Leonard Gates in a best of 13 for the event 9 Cosmo Darts Championship. I'm Anthony Eugenia, going to take you through this final, and I'm going to be joined by Nils Nelson, and the guys are shooting the bull here, and we'll get Nils to give us a little his take on the players' numbers, their performances today. What do we got, Nils?
Well, of course, we have Leonard Gates. We all know what we get from Leonard Gates. He's on a push right now, winning the last event, the previous weekend, and then coming into the first event in this weekend, and he's looking for another title to go back to back. So we know what we get from Leonard Gates. What we've seen from Savada today is phenomenal. I believe he's up to 11 ton 80s for the day, 80 around an 88 average, I believe, for the day. He every time he's been pushed just for a moment, he pushes back and starts firing off incredible darts. He's a huge double hitter. So I think this is going to be a very compelling match between the two. Both of them have very good firing power, but I think I'm going to give the edge to Savada personally in the double prowess.
Well, you know, yeah, we know this. The scoring's going to be there, so it's going to be those finite differences that are really going to create the edges for these two guys.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the head-to-head matchup in the CDC, and they have not played a match in the CDC, which to me is, again, like earlier, that's incredible that they're both in there.
It's astounding, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
And what better way to meet up for the first time in a finals, right?
100.
Yeah. Oh, my anticipation level hasn't been any higher for quite a while on a final for the potential that these two guys bring to the board.
100.
Yeah, this is a best
So
of
here we
15
go.
matchup.
We're underway.
Is that correct?
It's a 13. Yeah, best of
best of
13. Semis and finals stay. Yeah, during the day we
100.
go 9 for 2 rounds, 11 for 2 rounds, and 13s for 2 rounds. So, yep, same as the semi, best of 13, first to 7. Leonard Gates wins the bull, has first to throw, and look at that, just sort of on par, exchanging some tons. Savada with the 140, and Nils, off we go.
100.
These boys keep this pace. It'll be the easiest, greatest match we could ever call.
Well, we haven't seen a dart out of the 20 yet. Oh, I had to say that, didn't I?
It was in
As
the
soon as
air,
I
and you
said
put
it.
the kibosh on
Just
it.
commentary
83.
first.
Turn that man's microphone off.
I have the control. I can. Even with that, he's
If
still
you have any
sitting at a 107
self-respect, if
average.
you have any self-respect, you shut it off on yourself. But boy,
I
oh
wish
boy,
I wish
after
I did.
12, 12 darts, Gates on 61. And Savada looking to take a big chunk, but doesn't find
56.
a triple in that turn. So 61 for Gates, 46, 10-6 wedge, double 20.
Game shot.
Double
third
20 it is for Leonard Gates to open up this final. 1-0 Gates into leg 2. Savada with the throw.
Yeah, kick off with a 15 darter. That's the way you do it, right?
83.
It is the way to do it, right? You want to set the tone for the match. You want to let your opponent know, man, you better be ready because
44.
I'm bringing it.
Yeah, there's the opening right there for Savada to really power through this. Is he going to get number 12?
140.
Oh, just underneath that number 12. Just the scoring power of Savada has just impressed me to no end this week.
121.
And there comes Gates back with a 121. Yeah, I don't see a lot of distance in between these two. Savada's going to have to, at some point, he's going to have to find that break and
41.
throw. But I just, with the way he's been throwing, the power he's been throwing with this week, so far this weekend, I don't see him not doing it.
85.
No, you'd be shocked if he didn't. It would be quite shocking not to see that out of him.
Up to the 18. There it is, 93
93.
scored. Little fist pump from Adam. Gates keeping the pressure on him, though.
And he will. It must be said. We're going to talk about Savada, and he's earned it, and he's coming out looking just a bit sharper, and he's having
58.
probably, he's having a great day, and probably just slightly better of these two guys. But it must be said. Gates won the last event that we played. Gates, owns the record for the most
57.
overall championships at 10. Gates now, with this final, is the player who's played in the most championship dart circuit event finals, as Savada's looking for 2 8s.
Game shot. Third dart.
He
There it
pegs
is.
2 8s in the middle of the bed, and he breaks Gates in leg 2 and takes oh no, I apologize for that. He holds his throw. Yep, holds his
100.
throw, and we're knotted at 1 apiece.
Yeah,
Well,
and Gates comes
with
straight
Leonard-
back at him with a ton.
With the ton. So Gates now breaks the tie with Darren Young. And this is Leonard Gates's 17th
40.
circuit finals appearance, coming in with a
That's
record of
incredible.
10-6.
140.
Yeah, and he's
And
I think he's like Gates is one of those guys. He just doesn't pay attention to everything else going on around him. He just goes about the business of throwing darts. And it looks like he might have got Adam a little bit on his back foot in this leg.
140.
Got back
Yeah,
to
I
the
mean-
tons. 140.
to continue, just to finish on the bouquet to Gates,
30.
as we finish up as we're finishing up this season, it'll give us a full decade of play, so we can now start to legitimately play around with those fun things of all-time great, all-time CDC greats who
81.
would be in a CDC Hall of Fame, all that kind of stuff. Leonard Gates is squarely an all-time CDC great. This is a record 17
104.
final appearances, and he's been doing this since year one. I mean, he won his first event in 2015 at Event 6, which by happenstance was his first event. He sauntered into the Blueberry Hill and took the title. So,
180.
Gates has been performing at this level
Here's
since
number 12.
the very beginning. Say again?
Savada just hit his 12th 1080. Put himself at
His
60.
12th.
Put the pressure squarely
His
on.
12th maximum for Savada.
And I know that this is controversial to say, but that's exactly what you do, and make Leonard Gates do math. He misses that 17, and here we go. Look what he did. He shot at the bullseye right there. Right, you force him to do math in that situation. So the score is wrong, I believe. Am I incorrect? 17 and 14 is 31, and 25 is 56.
56.
Yeah, 56, right? I must have
Let's see if anybody.
missed something.
40.
Oh, Gates is coming back for the 25. He had 71, correct?
Yeah,
Or did he have 91?
he had 91, hit the 17, that's 74. Shot at the 14, hit a single 14, and then shot for the bull and hit 25.
So he had
20.
60.
I mean, it's a moot point.
With his, he
It's a
had
moot
60
point at
with
this
his
point
last
'cause
start.
we're past it.
Yeah. So double 10 for Savada.
Game shot.
There's
First time.
Savada.
And
And
Savada gets it.
that's
But,
a great
but
throw.
your greater point made. Yes, exactly. I had my head down at paperwork. I didn't see that 180 go in, but the 180, like you said, changes the course of your opponent's decision making. Like that's one of those times where in this
85.
country we have the cricket versus 01 debate about being able to influence your opponent's actions. In 01, it doesn't come often, but it
26.
does arise, and that's a moment where you have an impact on your opponent's decision-making process, and it essentially paid off. It did pay off. Adam
massively paid off.
Savada got the double.
Yeah. Because he needed to break a throw at some point, and he got it
140.
early on, and now he's pressing on with a ton 40, 85, then ton 40, and Gates opened up with a 26 in the first part of this leg,
41.
and goes into a 41. So that 180 had an impact not only on that leg but going forward into the next leg. And Savada just needs to keep treble. He
39.
opened the door there by missing a treble, but he's got a substantial lead on Gates in this leg to begin with.
140.
Yeah, and Gates closed the gap quite a bit right there with that 1040. But Savada had opened up a big enough lead that he's still able to capitalize and still have control of this leg.
85.
And 85 scored, leaves him at 152, manageable out, leaves him on double 16 if he pins the 20s,
97.
and that's his shot. Six starts from 152. Switch down to the 17s. Yep.
23.
Oh, that's not what you want. 23 scored. That is a big mistake. That opened the door for Gates.
100.
Managed to get a ton out of it, so he's a treble away from an out. Savada's got some work to do here. 72 left. Trip 16. Set it up with another 16. Oh no, a little
81.
bit sloppy here from Savada at the end. 97 left for Gates.
No choice but to go.
Perfect
Yep,
first
19,
start.
and now tops.
Game shot. Second.
And there it is.
Tops it
Breaks
is,
right
yep.
back.
Breaks
Yeah.
back.
A
Looked
couple-
crisp and clean on that.
Yeah, a couple missteps there in the latter half of that leg by Savada wound up giving Gates the opportunity to capitalize.
60.
And you can see Gates is kind of steadying himself after being rocked. And there's Savada going after the 18s.
124.
Yeah, I expected a 128 as soon as that first one went in.
128.
And that's exactly what he needed, like as you talked about
121.
earlier, that approach as to the player that's off the throw, right? So that 128. Now he didn't even need to
100.
throw that much. Yeah, I think that 100 works there because in a way it essentially matches up to Gates' opening 60, right?
Right. So it keeps him about a dart
140.
ahead of where
Yeah.
Gates is in the leg. So that ton 40 is the equivalent of 80, not 140. Like now we're getting into the weeds here about math,
59.
but
No, understood.
know,
No. It was about I'd say 100, and so Adam. Yep. Now Adam gave it back to him. So now it's back
60.
in Gates because it's sort of like you look at what cancels each other out. That 59 and the 60. So now again, boom, it's back to Adam to say, can you hit a triple in this turn?
an absolute must
And
at this
just
point.
slightly tilt things
43.
in your direction. So nope, they're still in Gates' favor, and we've got that real tasty Shanghai that we've talked about. That looks in to me. So a single. Now tops.
80.
Yeah, I saw a stat earlier that Gates has the most Shanghai finishes in CDC history.
139.
That's a brilliant setup. 139 leaves 32, so it puts that pressure straight on Gates. No mathing
20.
involved, but the pressure puts that 139 again. That's another time in this match where Savada put that pressure on with a big round right before Gates went to an out. Got to
Close score.
complete it. Does not get the 16s.
Game shot, second dart.
Yeah, those first two darts on for Gates were drifting off of that 20 or the 10. Pinned it nicely on the second dart though. This is a very, very tight
100.
contested match right now. They're going blow for blow. As soon as one gets an advantage, if there's a mistake made, the other one's bouncing right on top of them.
140.
Yeah, certainly feels like it has a potential to go to distance, and kind of what we felt from when we watched Gates long earlier. Something that was
180.
a good scoring, and that's a 180. I think 12 for the
13.
Reaper, Adam Savada. 13.
100.
I think that's 13. Yeah, for the event.
Just for the Cosmo Darts Championship. And to put that in a little context, of course, do you think me, Will, and Nils took downtime before the final, take some time to
100.
relax? No, we were talking dart stuff, and we're trying to figure out what kind of context that at the time, what was it, 10 from Savada or something like that. Now it's 13. What kind of, we're trying to find out,
45.
would that be the most in an event? And we looked at Leonard Gates. Leonard Gates seemed to have the most going into the weekend, the most 180s overall at 56.
137.
And that came out to an average if he playing 8 events, that's 7 an event. So Savada with double 18.
Game shot.
There it is.
I think he pegged it. There he goes. So Savada ties us up at 3 legs apiece.
Yeah. So the conclusion that we came up to, or at least in my head, was that the average
140.
the top players like Gates, the average is about 7 ton 80s an event over the course of that event.
Mm-hmm.
That just gives you a little perspective on how well Savada's been throwing today. He has nearly doubled the
43.
normal outtake of the top players as far as ton 80s go for the event.
23.
Getting a little wonky in this leg. You can feel the tension going up with both the players.
And understandably so. A lot to play for.
87.
Well, it's only a championship. It's not that big a deal, right?
Only a championship.
It's only a championship.
only a championship in the toughest room in North America.
Right. With all the implications that go with it. Really
55.
tried to force that third dart into that treble bed.
So now it's on Gates. Good start.
100.
He'll take the ton.
Yeah, and that's really all he needs to do. It's Savada that needs to put the two treble visits in.
83.
So 178 here to clean up. Just got a good get a triple and get a
44.
good setup shot. Does not manage to do that. Only 44 scored. There's another shot for Savada. One treble puts the pressure on.
55.
Not that treble, however. Six starts for Gates on this 134.
98.
98 scored. Leaves 36. That's good mathing.
In the perspective, absolutely great turn to put pressure on Savada to cut his score down, and doesn't do it enough to concern Gates too much unless
Game
this
shot,
single
second
9
dart.
goes in, but it doesn't, right? Double 9 goes in for Gates, holds his throw, increases his score line 4-3. So first to 7 here in the Cosmo Darts Championship final.
Yeah, I've noticed
92.
Savada when he pins that first dart, if it's above the triple, he does not like that. He transitions to the 18s almost immediately every time.
60.
A little venting.
There it is again. Yeah, same spot that he put it in the last time, goes right
50.
to the 18s again. Only 50 scored there, though. Oh,
51.
same triple 4 for Gates on the third dart.
$60.
But I really like to see him transfer down to the 19 on that third dart.
$58.
299 is an
Oh.
awkward number to leave.
Yeah. Yeah, what's the safety valve on that? There's really
59.
nothing.
Yeah, I mean
Ton,
your trip 20,
105,
trip 20,
nothing.
trip. Yeah, it's trip 20, trip 20, trip 19 for
60.
160, or trip 19 bullseye for 160. But
100.
Gates has kind of let him off the hook a few times in this leg with some missed scoring opportunities. Yeah, I needed to get that trouble for a bullseye look
82.
to set up an out. So 140 here for Savada. He's going to get 6 darts at it.
I think that's over the top of the wire, right? So
Yeah, it's
60
right on top.
remaining.
100.
Yep.
Just going to be a
So-
setup.
Exactly. He'll come back. Gates looking to leave himself a 1
140.
darter if he can. No, 50 remaining.
Which is
So
technically a
double
1 darter.
tops. It technically is. And if there's anybody that should even
Game
attempt
shot,
that, it
second
should
dart.
be a Leonard Gates, but he won't even get a look at it. Adam Savada takes leg number 8, and we are all knotted again at 4 legs apiece.
100.
Yeah.
And Leonard Gates has
This-
got the throw in leg 9.
It's a best of 5 at this point, and I really feel like the tension's going to mount here in this next leg. If Savada can clip him, he's going to
80.
get himself a shot at putting him on hill.
$60.
Just one triple at a time is all it's going to take from Gates to keep him at bay. They can't trade single triples. They have to. Savada's got to put 2 in at a time.
24.
And that's going to hurt badly. Only 24 scored. I'm pretty sure he's going to have to put in his
100.
14th ton 80 here soon.
Yeah, Gates with two ton scores, and Adam hasn't come close to matching that yet, and still
60.
seemingly all of a sudden struggling to find a triple.
$140.
Oh, I thought he was going to get that. It would have been great timing on Gates' part. Put that in there. Just pile the pressure on. Savada can get to an out with that ton 80 just outside of it, though.
140.
Even ton, or
And at this point-
140, got that last dart in.
Yeah. That leaves 93.
93. So
Yeah, so
triple
mathing here.
19.
Yep, good mathing. 74.
$36.
Is that in the 9? It is.
It's a single
65
nine.
left. Yeah. See if Savada
Well,
can
what's
put
your take
pressure
on that? What
I'm sorry.
59.
What was the question?
I thought you were. I thought you had a take on that 9 that it wasn't terrible, or well,
No,
that
what it
turns
was.
out to be terrible.
Yeah. Gotta clip there.
57 to double
Shot.
4.
And he does.
He cleans it up. Nice.
In typical Gates fashion, goes from disaster to hero. That's just brilliant darts by Gates. Yeah,
In quick form, quick fashion.
right. Yeah, the 9 was potentially disastrous for exactly why you saw.
95.
If he hits that, if he hits the red bit on the bowl, now he's got a setup shot. And if he mucks around with that setup shot, then he's given Adam an opportunity to come
85.
in there and clean up.
He gets it done and holds his throw, and Gates has the throw if we go to distance. So it gets to a point where
94.
Adam's got to get a break on him.
Yeah. If Adam can stay steady on the treble right here,
100.
and Gates only hits one treble around, he's in good shape. He'll get the first crack at an out. That's a good placement for him. He can go over the top.
43.
It looks like
A little snarl on his face
only
tells me he
43,
thought the
yeah.
same. Yeah, no,
Mhm.
he thought that second dart it was
100.
going to come out of his hand much nicer, land exactly where he wanted to, and just across that wire.
Yeah, he's drifting quite a bit into that 1 now.
83.
Yeah, that first start is crippling on that shot because he's basically left with 2 triples to get to an out. And now Gates can just go through it.
Yeah, and I'm talking about Savada needing or breaking, which is something he needed. Now
100.
we're looking quickly at a possible Gates break, and the Gates break could be close to crushing to Savada.
Right, it's a double break, and Leonard has a shot on throw for the match.
He's not only puts a 2-leg lead, but he comes to the line, as you said, with an opportunity to win the championship.
85 left here. So only 58 here for Gates to go on hill.
So 2 at tops, you would think. Yep.
Mm-hmm. There it is.
Only needs
Game shot,
1.
second dart.
And Leonard Gates up 6-4, is on the precipice of continuing to write CDC history. The all-time leader in event wins is 1
100.
leg away from adding to his all-time total. 10 in the bag. Is number 11 right around the corner?
Yeah, that really put
78.
Adam on his back foot too. That's a double break and Gates throwing for the match immediately. That's such a crippling feeling when you're
140.
on the Aki and you know, oh gosh, here we go. And full credit to Gates. I really thought with Savada's form throughout this entire event,
60.
I really thought that he was going to be able to put use his power scoring to his advantage with coupling that with his doubling prowess.
43.
And the doubling just kind of went away from him, and then after that, the scoring started slipping. And here's a very rare opportunity. He had to get 2 triples in here
60.
to just get back into the leg with Gates.
So now Gates, I was going to say, just needs 1. He gets 1 to open up and puts 2 in. So Leonard Gates needs 78 to win this championship. Savada back on 303, not putting up
93.
the fight
Yeah,
that he
the
needs to
93.
stay alive.
Oh, 74
Gates
left.
is not going to make it easy on himself.
38.
So Savada gets to come back again, and, he's got to add to that 180 total.
$56.
Yeah,
Yet
those troubleless
another
visits.
troubleless visit. It's just been a dagger in the heart of Adam Savada in the last
Game,
about
shot,
3
and
legs.
match.
And
Leonard
Leonard Gates hits tops with his second dart to win the Cosmo Darts Championship in Niagara Falls. And Leonard Gates puts up his 11th all-time leading CDC Circuit Event Championship.
And as important as that is, back-to-back championships from the last weekend to this weekend to open up as back-to-back champion going into this evening's event, he has a chance to really separate himself in the point standings with Cameron. And that, I think, is one of the things that he's been focused on throughout this weekend, is to really get some separation at the top of the table. He impressed me. I really thought that Savada's power scoring and doubling prowess in this last championship was going to be the decider, and Gates just had none of it. He just stayed steady all the way, kept his tons going, made sure there was constant pressure on Savada all the way through the match. And it took until the 9th leg before that really became prevalent for Gates. But then once he broke through that, got the break back, and then moved forward, he just kind of took command of the match. And, congratulations on another victory for Leonard Gates.
Yes, you are looking at coming out of this event number 9, the number 1 ranked player on the 2024 CDC Tour Points list. So again, congratulations to Leonard Gates picking up his 3rd event title this season, the Cosmo Darts Champion. So a couple of things as we close. I want to thank Will Stewart and Nils Nelson for joining me today for this event. They will be back as we bring you the CDC Bash at the Border. That is going to get underway on the tournament floor at approximately 5:30 Eastern. So in about 15 minutes. From a production standpoint, give us a few minutes to exhale. Check back in on our social media platforms, YouTube and PDC and Facebook, for our broadcast tonight. Give us probably a good 20 minutes to get reset, get things squared away. So tournament and broadcast coming to you within the next 30 minutes. Additionally, our own CDC owned Peter Cetera, as you see him right there, is getting ready to interview Leonard Gates. You can find that on our social media platforms. So for now, on behalf of our tournament team, production team, Nils and Will, I'm going to sign off. It's Anthony Eugenia. Goodbye from the Cosmo Darts Championship.